You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Resembling an Israelite, not being treated right, enslaved day and night. Oh, we just can't go on this way. We just can't go on this way. Please deliver us today. We just can't go on this way. We like the Israelites still in pain. We just can't go on this way. So send us another Moses again. We just can't go on this way. Oh, 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 oh. Lord, look around, you'll see the Pharaoh mentality ruling universally. Leaders promoting their ego, being a modern Pharaoh, tyrannies they manifest. We just can't go on this way. We just can't go on this way. Please deliver us today. We just can't go on this way. Time to make them oppress us pay. We just can't go on this way. So we children could see their way. We just can't go on this way. Oh, 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 oh. No, 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 no. The poor have to slave night and day for next to nothing pay, so they can't see their way. We don't enjoy equal facility like Pharaoh and company. Brainwashing we say we free. We just can't go on this way. We just can't go on this way. Please deliver us today. We just can't go on this way. Time to make them oppress us pay. We just can't go on this way. So the children could see their way. We just can't go on this way. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, we just can't go on this way. Please deliver us today. We just can't go on this way. We just can't go on. We just can't go on this way. No, we just can't go on. We just can't go on this way. No, we just can't go on. We just can't go on this way. No, we just can't go on. Oh Lord, why Lord must we suffer like this? You said that you will take care of the poor, just like you did in Egypt. When Pharaoh had the Israelites in bondage, you delivered them. But here again, we are in the same khaki pants. We just can't go on this way. We have those modern Pharaoh who oppress the poor, who represents Israel. They confuse us with so much lie. We just can't go on this way. Not even thinking that we will realize. And if we criticize, we could be ostracized.
Let me say a special hello to all the WZY 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's in the village with the Dark Triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. And we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6. Oh, no. From Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 7 to 10 p.m. Yes, we change back to TNT time. It's 7 to 10 p.m. So, of course, we are coinciding with TNT's time. Let me bring in no other than one-third of the Dark Triplets here, no other than Diana, Waveney, Benskin, Stormy, the Storm, McDonald boy.
Hola. What going on? I hear they say.
What is up with the pink color, man? The pink colors. What's this doing?
Mind your business now. You just tell
Drink
D what
wa-
color to put on. You drink
Drink-
water and mind your business. You just tell D what to put on. Huh?
She just tell me what to put on.
The wrong D. All right? The wrong D. Watch yourself.
You may drink water and mind my business? Is that what you may do?
Well, I don't care what you do with the water. Just mind your business.
Oh, wow, but good. But you're fiery, but you even started, but you're fiery already.
I don't care what you do with the water. Just mind your business.
And let me say this, Let me go to the chat real quick because our first guest is already sitting in the background waiting, Mrs. Karen Nunes Teixeira. You know, Diana, no, I ain't going to say that. I was going to say, Miss Karen Nunes Teixeira, you know, that if she ever enter a Miss Universe contest, you know what I mean?
And she got to run up alongside the Storm. You understand? So one go be curvy and one go be medium size. So let me figure out who they go pick. All right.
I was going to ask her that, you know. I said, but no, let me keep her mouth shut.
She had to go alongside the Storm.
All right. So let me quickly do the chat here, of course. You know, of course, all you know who always first. She was first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. She everything. All right, Nadia, take the cake, Nadia. I got all the medals. Nadia, all the medals for you. You get
That's
silver,
right.
bronze, gold, platinum, titanium, everything. Lana, you're inside. Welcome.
Woman is BOSS.
Yeah, boy. A woman is boss in truth, boy. Vonnie Roberts.
Double S $.
Welcome, Joan Jadubia. Welcome, Troy Smith. You're inside.
Yeah, Chris, I use these earrings to train my puppy.
Oh, God, they're going at you already, boy. Takesha, you're inside. You know, earrings kind of colorful. Gary Marvia, boy. Anderson Wilson, boy. Live and direct from the Beaton, boy. Anderson, you're inside. Anderson.
It matches my part of my dress and my lipstick. What's wrong with all you? All you don't like fashion or what? All you want me come out here looking dreary. You see, I have my natural hair today.
That's your natural hair?
Yeah.
All right, okay. Just Albert Montano all the way up in Canada, boy. Albert, you're inside. Hey, look, we partner Fish Stick, boy. Fish Stick, you're inside. Fish Stick, you finish work early tonight, boy. Fish Stick, Chris Watson, you're inside.
It does grow back. My hair does grow back from time to time, Ansel. It's just
yeah.
All right. But I prefer my head bald.
Davis Emily, welcome you inside. All right, all you. I think I get all these superlatives outside. Diana Chris Watson say, you know, you are beautiful inside and out. You know, I'm just playing with you. Let me bring in our first guest
Chris.
tonight with us, no other than Mrs. Karen Nunes Teixeira, former finance minister of the beautiful island of Trinidad and Tobago.
That's Miss Trinidad. Good night, Miss Trinidad, and this is Miss Barbados. Are you ready to rock?
Good evening to all of you, Diana. And you look beautiful.
Thank you.
I can't give you quite the same compliment. Of course, because I would have wanted to say that you look rather dashing. But to your listeners, I'm very happy to be part of this effort because I have many members of my family, as many Caribbean people do, living in the United States for most of their life and very much part of the diaspora.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Karen, of course, it's in the village with the Dark Triplets. We only have 2/3 of the dark triplets tonight. You know the D is Diana. Diana is considered the storm. A is myself, Anselm, or Wall Street. G is Gary. Gary is considered the phantom. He's going to be joining us shortly. And of course, we have a fourth individual who's going to be joining us maybe a little later. Tommy, he's a commissioner here in Newark. Mrs. Nunes Teixeira, how are you doing this beautiful day?
Well, call me Karen. Let's keep it informal for the discussion. I'm doing fine, and as I said, I'm happy to be with you and your listeners and viewers this evening.
Now, Karen, the latest thing that, well, let's go back a little bit, maybe about 2 weeks, and talk a little bit about Paria. Give us your feedback on Paria. Let's just talk about that, and then we're going to get to some other things.
Okay, because we sort of discussed that off air before, and as I said to you, yes, I was Minister of Finance, but also I'm an attorney at law. So one of the things you always take into account that you all don't know all the facts. Remember, this is journalists reporting and reporting what they've been told, and you're getting two sides of the story. And clearly there was something not right because OSHA, which is the responsible for safety and health, shut down the Paria work site. So something, either because they want to investigate further or because they've seen something that is not right. And then I think very recently a crane collapsed in the Paria, in Paria on their lands. So certainly there are areas of concern, but I think it will be premature of us to come to any decision one way or the other. What is important, and this is what I think people are most concerned about, and I am among those persons, that it is done in a very transparent manner. We don't want anyone who is associated, because Trinidad is a small society and we don't know the connections that exist between persons for whatever reason, and therefore having external independent expert witnesses to do the investigation is what I think Trinidad and Tobago would expect and wants from the government. I think that's the important first step to build confidence and trust. In any event, the father of the young man who lost his life, who apparently is his only son, who owned the company, has said he's doing his own investigation. So the bottom line, I extend my sympathy to the families, because I would never, ever want to be in your position. I mean, the way that they pass away, regardless of who is responsible or not, it was an awful way to lose your life. So I extend my sympathies to the family, and we have to wait and allow the process to take its course, keeping our eye on ensuring that there's independence and there's no apparent appearance of a conflict of interest. Not that there is a conflict, but that there's an appearance of a conflict.
No, Karen, but don't you think that it was a kind of rough start for the government by appointing people, then a week or two later have to come back and rescind your initial appointment and come with a commission of inquiry, when it's something that should have been done in the beginning? And it just seemed that, simple things to be done, mistakes are being made, and then you have to come back and correct your mistakes.
Well, let me just say, not on this show, but another show, I did say that before it was announced, I said, the best way to deal with this is a commission of inquiry. But the reason I would have said that partly is because I know about commissions of inquiry, having been one of the persons that was part of the Self Financial Commission of Inquiry. The problem with the Commission of Inquiry is a good thing because it is open. It does not have the restrictions that you have in the court of law in terms of giving evidence. You have powers to subpoena persons, and you have an opportunity for persons to give evidence which otherwise would not be allowed in a normal court of law. And it is a way that all governments use in order to satisfy the public. To say that they should have come with a commission of inquiry at the very get-go, everything, life is very dynamic, and I think the situation was a very dynamic one. For me personally, I thought that the response of Newman George, who I know personally and like personally, as far as I'm aware, I don't have any beef with him. He worked with my husband for many years. For him to have stayed the whole day on the Friday, I don't care. For Friday, and then leave Friday evening, and then say he could have gone on, he was supposed to say Monday. I found that was just disgraceful on his part. the fact that the Prime Minister issued a written statement was so insensitive to the lives of the people and the way in which they lost their lives, and the way that the families were treated according to the media, in terms of putting them under a shed, not letting them know before the media and the public knew about what had happened to their loved ones. The whole thing was poorly handled, and it has brought the public so much against them. The PR was absolutely horrific, and I think the commission inquiry was forced on the Prime Minister because he realized that having made all those missteps, and that is putting it gently, that the only way to satisfy the public in any way was a commission inquiry. So I think he has done a good thing with that. My only reservation is this, and I'm going to say it because several years ago when Mr. Manning, it actually was the weekend of Mr. Manning's death, I had gone on radio to talk about the release finally of the CL Commission inquiry, because I was a main target, and there's no question I was told that I was a main target. It didn't turn out how they thought it was going to turn out. But the point was that I said, no matter the rage and the outrage the Prime Minister expresses to the national community about how he was so disgusted by what he read, never, and he says he's passed this on to the DPP. The DPP is severely understaffed by half. Severely understaffed. And he knew, and I said it on that day, I can bet my last dollar that commission of inquiry that he sent to the DPP will collect dust, and we will wait to see the light of day before it's released. Why? Because there was wrongdoing on both sides, both on the government side and the opposition side. And it was good to keep Karen Teixeira as the first. But that's beside the point. The point is that after he has the commission of inquiry, the next point is that we have to insist that he does not say, as I'm afraid that he will say, I cannot release the results because there's criminal wrongdoing involved here and with my prejudice to trial, and therefore we have to wait until the DPP has done his research. Well, if that is how they intend to deal with it, which is how they deal with things, because I was in cabinet, so I am not talking from the outside, I am talking from the inside. If that is the plan, you heard it from me first. They do it, and then that's what's going to be said. We can't release it. There's criminal wrongdoing. The DPP has to investigate. The DPP doesn't even have the staff to deal with the normal magistrates court, to deal with the normal assizes matters. There, one way to keep someone, and this is true, one way to make sure that you undermine the work of someone is to deprive them of funds, and that is what the DPP has been deprived of. He has said it on many occasions, and yet they want to blame him. Give him the funds, give them the personnel. But you bet my last dollar, unless they make a big noise about it, it's going to sit down on a shelf again.
So Karen, I am in agreement with you that I had called Karen laughing.
I'm laughing because it comes, just let me just say this. When I speak in such a strong thing, I rarely see my position now. I'm not in government. I'm not seeking a government position. I rarely see myself a Trinity Tobagonian. And since I have no horse in the race, apparently they don't have anything on me. So I don't want any carrot that they may have. I'm not interested. Thank God I am able to see after myself. I feel I owe a duty to speak out. And I say what sometimes we don't want to hear, but I say it because the records will show. So at the end of the day, it won't be, she found something was wrong. Why she didn't say anything? She sit down quiet like everybody have nothing to say. They will not say that about me.
Karen, I have a question for you. This commission of inquiry, is it allowed to have someone from outside, like OSHA International, on there, or from another Caribbean island that is involved in the same business of gas oil exploration? Is that allowed under Trinidad's constitution? Or do you think it should be?
No. Well, I think that's the thing about a commission inquiry. It is the rules are far more lax because the intention is to get at the truth. And sometimes when you go to court, there's a saying. I hope I'm not being disrespectful, but it came from Charles Dickens, where they said the law is an ass. And for the man in the street, he says that because something that looks so simple and straightforward and commonsensical doesn't appear so to the law. So to answer your question, you have expert witnesses, and that is going to be key to this whole investigation. key to the investigation, because under the common law, and this is the lawyer in me speaking, under the common law, the employer has a duty of care to his employee, and the duty of care is to provide a safe place of work and a safe system of work. Now, the company that had the divers, they were independent contractors. That does not mean that he cannot say that the persons who contracted him, which is Paria, were negligent in that they did not ensure that whatever OSHA required to be done was done in order to safeguard his employees. So absolutely a major part of this whole inquiry will be the quality, strength, and independence of the expert witnesses who will be able, hopefully, to dispassionately say what went wrong, and hopefully, which is what commissions are intended to do, but usually it's a witch hunt, but not in this case. Usually it's a political witch hunt all over the world, not here only, all over the world. But part of it is also at the end of the day to see the mistakes you made so that you can correct them in the future. But OSHA has made it very clear that they cannot continue operating.
If you don't mind, how are you doing? This is Gary Mahabir. Welcome and thank you for joining us. I wasn't able to join in the last time you were here, but I have a serious issue. And my serious issue is the fact that my Coast Guard was not capable to respond to such an incident, being for the length of the time that we're in this business. And my Coast Guard was not trained and equipped to respond to this incident. And that is where I take issue with. Regardless of Paria and what they should or shouldn't do, I felt that my Coast Guard should have been capable, equipped, and ready to take over the situation or assist in the response, the rescue response, not the recovery, but the rescue in effective time. And that is my issue with it.
And understandably, Gary, you would say that, but then me as a lawyer, and unfortunately also as a litigant at the Privy Council level, you often find that what you think you know, you do not know. And you have to know what the terms of reference of the Coast Guard are, what equipment they were provided with, were there, and you also have to understand when you're looking at what this is essentially negligence. You're looking at negligence. You're looking at a duty of care. Yes, they had a duty of care, breach of the duty, and you'll be surprised. You may be very surprised that when they apply the causation rule, but for their failure, would they have survived? And you may very well find that the delay on the part of the Coast Guard was something that they were commanded to do by persons who were the experts in the area, and that even if they had intervened at an earlier time, it may not have resulted in the lives of the persons being saved. So that is why I started by saying that we are at the exploratory stage. It does not look good, and certainly for OSHA to close down the place, to close down the workplace, sends a message. But they also need to do that because I'm not saying a crime was committed, but when you are wanting to do investigations, you must show that you can insulate the area that you're looking at. So we can't at this point in time, and I won't at this point in time, come to any conclusions. It does not look good. Clearly does not look good on the part of Paria, for sure, certainly from the beginning, but we have to wait. And the most important thing we have to insist on is independent expert witnesses, not in this country or the Caribbean. And when I tell you that, I know of what I speak.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But what I want to know is who is authorized to obstruct the Coast Guard from taking over such an emergency situation. And I mean, even though it's a Paria private company or sub-private company operation, in a situation like this, nobody should be able to obstruct our law enforcement in that kind of way, that the Coast Guard should be able to be fully in charge in such an incident, and no civilian should be able to...
I will repeat this, and I can assure you, it's certainly not because I support how Paria has handled the situation, but there's a lawyer in me. And what I'm saying to you, it's early days. We do not know, And we do not have the information as to what constraints there were for the Coast Guard, number one. Number two, whether they were equipped. And there's something in the law, which I am not saying applies here, but I'm just letting you know, besides the but-for test, there's a test of reasonably foreseeable. Was it reasonably foreseeable? In the history, they will bring in the expert witness. How often has an incident like that happened in Trinidad and Tobago? Never. How often has it happened in the Caribbean? Once in 20 years. So when you apply a test of what is reasonable in terms of negligence, you have to say to yourself, was it reasonably foreseeable that an incident of the nature that occurred would have happened, and that the Coast Guard, whose responsibility I don't think is to weld pipelines, is it reasonably foreseeable that such an incident could have occurred and that they would have been equipped with the equipment? There's so much to it in law, and that is why I repeat, not because I'm supporting any side, I'm just saying that we have to be very careful that when we're dealing with this issue of negligence, we don't know all the facts, which is why I repeat to you, the critical persons are the expert witnesses who should not be Trinidadians. I think they have Mr. Morrison, Dennis Morrison. I have a lot of respect for him. He's a QC out of Jamaica. He was chairman of the, when I used to work at the law school. I mean, I have a lot of regard and respect for him. I really have to say that. There's some I don't. They have the good name, but when you know the stories behind them, you know it's not true. But Dennis Morrison is brilliant. He's a first class out of the law school. He came first in Jamaica law school, and he's absolutely brilliant. So and he's a Court of Appeal judge and maybe retired. So he is one. Perhaps I make an exception, but I think the TIA thing was. And you know what was the thing about the TIA? What was not that he wasn't qualified, but his response, he showed his colors. He showed his colors. How could you, because they decide that you should not do it, you take it personally? And why do I say you take it? Because you talk about shenanigans. Well, from the time you used using that language and you're writing it, you didn't say it in anger, you wrote it, told me that you were not the kind of person to sit on a matter like that, because what you want is someone who has not technical knowledge but objectivity and will not take things personally. And he clearly took it personally.
No,
well, I would prefer to see some people outside the Caribbean, because the Caribbean is still obligated.
I too, but I just said that Dennis Morrison. I mean, I know who he is. I have high regard, but that would be my preference for sure. For sure.
Well, we had said here, Karen, that this investigation calls for an independent committee and no one tied to Trinidad and Tobago. Because to me, you don't get independence in these kind of investigations with people who are living in Trinidad and Tobago and residing in Trinidad and Tobago. And secondly,
and the Caribbean, and I have to tell you, you'll be surprised, because I taught at the law school, and having taught at the law school, I taught students from all over the Caribbean. So you will be surprised the connections within the islands, especially when you're dealing with law, because especially the smaller islands, everybody knows everybody. And I can tell you, for whatever your reasoning is, both from my political experience and from my experience at the law school and teaching, and just say that we should not have anyone from the Caribbean. Justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done. And unless you have the trust and confidence of the public, you are going through a shenanigan.
Now, Karen, as a Monday morning quarterback that we say here in the United States of America, right? Monday morning quarterback, right? So when I look at the situation, right, and just as an analyst, not an attorney, not an experienced diver, not a person who knows anything about diving and going to the bottom of the sea and drilling, one of the things that concerned me is this. A diver went down and saved an individual, and an hour or so after, whatever time it is, no one was allowed to go back down and try to save anyone. And hours went by, and then they had to go back down to retrieve the dead bodies. Something Something is missing
This
in
is why
between.
you have the inquiry, because from what the little I understand, and I keep putting a caveat in whatever I say, is that apparently they said that the oxygen tanks would have given them 3 hours of oxygen, and by the time any effort would have been made to try to save them, the oxygen tanks would have been the oxygen would have been used up, and so they would have been dead. The other reason is, I'm sorry to say this, but this is how companies think, and it's just the truth. They're looking at liability. They're looking at liability. They're looking at, if they allowed him to go down, that's the one who was able to come out. If they allowed him to go down, and God forbid he lost his life, well, you know the story. The lawsuit would be even more extensive. The company would look even more negligent and uncaring. So sometimes when these CEOs or whoever make decisions, it's because they have been advised by their lawyers. And although it looks heartless when you look on from the outside, we do not know all the facts. But I do know, if he had gone down in there and he did not come back out, the company would have been held responsible for allowing him to do that.
But Karen, couldn't they have signed something there and then indicating that they will give, they will give Paria some sort of confidence that if they should go back down and anything should happen, they are not going to hold Paria responsible? I'm just asking.
But that could not happen when you talk about death, When you talk about death, it's like when you go to, it may sound like a strange analogy, but when you go to a supermarket, they say that any loss of damage or life, they're not responsible. Yeah, you're not responsible for the damage, but you're darn responsible for anybody dying on your premises, meaning that you can be held liable. So there's nothing, and you have to remember the situation was, you almost make me look as though I'm defending Paria, which I am definitely not. I am definitely not doing that. But the situation was so dynamic. The situation, and what had happened now, the media got into it, and when you looked at the way these young men died, and then you looked at their family, I was trying to, my daughter does not live in Trinidad, she lives abroad. And I started to tell her, and she's a doctor, and she said, I don't want to hear. And I'm saying, this girl dealing with death every day, and she can't even hear that because it was so horrific and traumatizing. So even if the company had done that, you know how they would look? They would look heartless, because while somebody's life is at risk, you're looking to save your skin. Listen, Anselm, the point I'm making is this, and I think, and that's all we can say. We don't know all the facts. We don't know. We read what we read in the newspaper. We know enough that OSHA shut it down. We know enough that 4 young men lost their lives. We know enough that only one survived, and it is very traumatic. We know enough that something went wrong. We know that the timelines within which things were actually done, something is not right about that. We know that the initial response from the government was less than empathetic. It reflected so poorly on Trinidad and Tobago. We know all of that. But what we don't know the role of the coast. We don't know all the facts. And I think it'll be premature and in a way unfair for us to come to those conclusions, except to say it was a terrible, tragic loss of life. And I would never want to be the parent or child of those divers in that pitch black, knowing that they would lose in their life. I would never. In law, you have to bear something called punitive damages. You give more compensation because of the circumstances. That is a case, if all comes out as it appears, where there's no money that the government can give that family for the way that their children died.
But we do know some things. We do know that the person that was rescued gives sufficient information where these guys were located. We do know that the diver who helped in the rescue said he was capable, and what we don't.
That's what he says. Anselm, don't think I'm being disrespectful to you, but the reason why I'm being
this is Gary. This is Gary. This is Gary talking there.
Gary, sorry. And the reason why I'm being so dogged with you is because, yes, I said I'm a lawyer, but I also said I'm a litigant. And I'm a litigant in a medical negligence case concerning the death of my husband, who died as far back as 2005. And I'm still in Privy Council. Now, if you had told me that I would still be there fighting with the defendants, doctors, and the company, and that it was not so straightforward as I thought it was. I thought my case was slam dunk. I have one at the Court of Appeal. I have one at the High Court. But if you think it is a simple case that you win because you feel you have a strong case, you think again. The law, that is why I warn you, the key persons, like in my case, were the expert witnesses. Medical negligence, you need expert witnesses. In this case, you need expert witnesses. And what I'm trying to say, until we have those expert witnesses, which will give evidence at the Commission of Inquiry, and because it's going to be a public hearing, we will be able to read their statements. We will then have a better idea of what happened, and then we can make our own judgment. But I don't want to.
But Karen, the divers that are contracted, aren't they expert divers? Aren't they expert divers? What more testimony do you need?
Yeah, that's the other thing that came out. You see, this is why you have to be very careful. Apparently, there's a difference between divers who are certified, which you can get certification to probably go down the islands and go to Tobago and go in the reef and show tourists that. And then there's a special kind of certification for the kind of expertise that is required to do this type of job. And from what I read, none of the divers, including the one that was going back, had that category of certification that was required to do that type of job. So was the independent contractor negligent to allow his workers to undertake a job for which they were not qualified? Was Paria negligent to hire the contractor knowing that they did not have the necessary certification to do the kind of work in a 36-inch diameter pipe, 200 feet beneath sea level? They had to have a special certification, and my understanding is none of them had. That is why I am saying, there's also something called contributory negligence. And the court could say, well, you may have been wrong, X, Y, and Z, but you, in your own way, contribute. So I don't want to pronounce on the law on this because it's way too early, and I don't want anyone to say that Karen Teixeira came on your show and said that Paria is looking bad. Paria is looking very, very, very bad. That's all I will say.
Well, we're not trying to put words in your mouth at the same time and not trying to put you in that position, but we do see the fact that it was very clear that the government response was very poor. And if, in my position, if the government made a call, because our country has been in all this, we have people surround the island could have assisted if the government had made a judgment call and say, we need help, we have a situation here. And I felt that if the Prime Minister had gotten up and said, listen, Trinidad and Tobago, we have a situation here and we need the best of the best on hands with us, we would have a better response.
They could have thrown in someone from BP or Shell, and you see why it really did look bad.
Even from Puerto Rico?
It's because they were playing golf in Tobago. I mean, they told you what has happened, and you stay for the whole day. That is the chairman, Newman George, and then almost patting himself on the back that he didn't go back on Monday. And then for the Prime Minister to feel that is enough for him to issue a written statement. But every Monday morning, he having a meeting to tell us what is his COVID, because it's an opportunity for him to use that platform indirectly, whether he wants to admit it or not, electioneer. You have time to give meeting in the Prime Minister's house and to give talks with the Prime Minister. You have time to do that. You have time to tell me about COVID and what you do with COVID, but you don't have time to leave that golf course, jump on a plane or a helicopter like Mr. Manning did and left and went Grenada. He left Trinidad and went Grenada with the hurricane. You don't have time to do that. That is the hurtful part, and that part is not the law. That is absolutely the PR, and it shows a level of inhumanity that was displayed by our government.
I see a total lack of understanding what they should have done. From first of all, the Minister of Energy is a former Minister of National Security, okay, and he's also minister in the Prime Minister office. So he had the pull to drag the necessary resources into action. I think there was poor judgment call. There was a lack of action, inaction, and I am very aggravated at what I see. I'm very disappointed. And I just want to draw this issue to you that I'm not saying that the Coast Guard should have been skilled in welding. What I felt was my Coast Guard should have been capable and equipped to go down there to assist with the rescue operation. They didn't have to be skilled in welding. This is, I mean, we have the United States to back us up. We had the United States could have sent in help from Puerto Rico. We had Venezuela, which is more equipped than us. So there was a lot of help. We didn't make a judgment call.
Let's I don't want to be rude or anything, but there's a lot of speculation, and I think the major points we all agree on. It was poorly handled, inhumanely handled. I think across the board everyone would agree with that. Secondly, the delays. Regardless of what were the circumstances, it is very troubling the number of the delays and whether a difference would have occurred had they not delayed. And thirdly, the divers themselves, were they properly certified? Fourthly, were the conditions that you needed in order to be able to conduct that job, were they in order? OSHA is looking at that. And fourthly, the role of the Coast Guard. So let's wait and see. But we know it's not good. PARIA did not handle the situation well, and it is clear just on first blush that it's seen that PARIA, on the face of it, if not legally, morally negligent.
So Karen, one thing I like to clear up.
You're calling me the Minister of Finance, so you want me to talk?
Karen, one thing I like to clear up, right? There's a comment. There's a few questions in the chat that I'm going to get to. One person just said, if the divers didn't have the certificate to do that job, why did PARIA hire them? Right? That's just a question. That's a good question. That's a great question.
That is why I said what I said at the beginning, because what came out eventually as time elapsed, you got some of the persons who had worked in that field and are divers and so on. And they're the ones, one of them, I think one of the articles I read said that there are there's something called certified divers who can do the normal, as I said, touring and take it down to the reef and coral reef. And then there's a special kind of certification. So that is why both from the independent contractor, because remember, PARIA hired the company, but that does not mean that PARIA was not negligent, because PARIA should, one of the things that makes them negligent, because even though there's a certain extent they get away from liability, they are liable in their selection of the contractor, ensuring that the workplace was safe, ensuring that the persons that were brought were fit for purpose, fit for the job. So yes, that has gone. I have a feeling that this has happened time and time again without incident. And like anything, this is the first time we're facing it, and all of a sudden the questions are being asked.
Now here's another quick question, Karen. Why didn't they bring in Scotland Yard to investigate the PARIA incident?
I don't know if you can bring in Scotland Yard. What Scotland Yard? I mean, that's being a little premature or anything. This is a incident, workplace incident. Yes, there's been a death, but we have a DPP, I believe, and that would be looking for criminal wrongdoing. And I expect if there is any evidence of criminal wrongdoing, maybe at the commission of inquiry stage, someone could, but for what would their purpose be? We are a sovereign state. We are not, we are independent sovereign state. You didn't see Ukraine fighting Russia to tell them that? Okay? So Ukraine trying to tell Russia, we are a sovereign state. So Scotland Yard can't come in here. What is the point of Scotland Yard? What the purpose is probably looking at cover up. That's really what the person is concerned about, the cover up. And they feel that if you have Scotland Yard, there will be a degree of independence in any inquiry. But that's why we come back to the point I've made over and over again. What is
No, Karen. After this point, we're gonna move on, right? Because we want to get to.
Are we ready to move on to oil and gas?
Yeah, we want to get to the evaluation, and we want to get to the speech with respect to barrels of oil and the price of oil going up, being that you were the former Minister of Finance. But one thing I like to clear up, Karen, is that I had also stated that with Newman George being on the golf course while this was happening, and he didn't even bat an eye to leave, I have been told reliably that when Newman George got the message about what happened, he immediately left the golf course. Right? I've got that from reliable sources who had someone on the golf course with Newman George, because I had said that it was insensitive for him not to leave the golf course while this was happening at Parry. But I was told, Anselm, that's not true. He heard what was happening and immediately he left.
Okay, so Anselm, you just proved my point. Because number one, why I said it, and I told you that, in fact, I know Newman George many years because my husband and him worked at Clico. So I know Newman I know his family, I know his brother when he was Hurricane George, when I was a university student. So I going back years. What I had read is that he left at 1 o'clock after completing some round, and then he did not stay on to continue with it, but he did complete some round one. Now, what that proves, what you have just proven to your listeners, is that I have given you one version. You have heard something. Everything now I'm going to say is hearsay, because I'm not sure if it was Newman George's words that I read or someone reporting that's what he said. So it only reinforces the point I have made to you, that he could be listening to us right now and saying how Karen Chisholm could say that I did not leave right away. I left at 1 o'clock. I left right away. And then I had a report that said otherwise. And so it tells you at this point, there are different versions of the same story. And we're not going to find out what really happened until we have that commission.
Great. So let's move over now to the topic today. And we're going to get back to the topic with respect to the price of barrel of oil, and being that the price goes up, we have a deficit budget, and if the price of oil goes up, doesn't mean to say people are going to see the benefit at the pumps, and so on and so on and so on. And you being Minister of Finance, you can clarify those things first. But in my opinion, I don't believe Trinidad and Tobago is going to devalue the dollar. And the reason why I don't believe that, right, the reason why I believe that they're not going to do it, is because if that dollar is devalued, I think the Prime Minister is going to commit political suicide. And the reason why I'm saying that is because if the dollar is devalued, immediately things becomes more expensive for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. It's good for us who are coming into Trinidad and Tobago. We can spend more money, we get more value.
Perhaps that's what he wants. Perhaps that's what he wants.
Well, the IMF has said that our money is valued 20% overvalued, and they are arguing for and against devaluation. You have to look at your exports versus your imports. Obviously, if your imports or your exports are more and they are significant, you're getting more bang for your dollar, and that helps you in meeting one of your major debts, which is the government's salaries to government employees and state enterprises. Makes up a significant portion of the government's debt portfolio, and the debt has risen from what it was 40-something% a few years ago to over almost 93%. When the Minister of Finance had promised, as he's promised on many other things I might like to add, that he would not allow the debt to go over. Well, I'm going to be kind and say 80, but I don't think it was 80, but I think it was less than that, but it's now about 93%. So there's a benefit to that. The other point would be, do we, when we talk about imports, it's going to, how much do we import as opposed to export? We import 86% of our food. 86% of our food is imported, and even the so-called manufacturing sector, which you call it manufacturing, a lot of it is really canning. because I don't believe the peas and all those things that you see canned in different companies. They grow the corn and the baked beans in Trinidad somewhere that I can't find. What I do know is that what they're doing is they're canning. So a lot of the material, even the cans are being imported. And every time you do that, you're using up our foreign exchange. So that Trinidad, the issue of a devaluation obviously reduces your purchasing power. It allows the government, however, to be able to pay the public servants more easily because the $100 is still the same salary you're working for, but it's worth less. But it may not be a good move. It's never a good move. But I think today, after COVID, number one. Number two, the price of food, when they take out the price of food from the inflation, it's about 7.6%. And that is pretty high, especially when you're importing so much food. And then when you're looking at the inflationary trends, someone might say, oh, it's good that our inflation is low. Yes, it's good when inflation is low if there is activity in the country and people are buying, and therefore you're able to satisfy the needs. But it's not a good thing when it's low, because it means that nothing is happening in the economy. It means people are not spending because they do not have confidence in the economy. The banks are not lending. The banks are being careful. So devaluation from a political point of view, with the property tax in the background, and of course, even the fuel subsidy, you realize that, well, you're not living in Trinidad, but we are not paying any much more for the fuel. We shut down the refinery, but Paria is importing all the fuel that we're using, diesel, etc. And that means, even though they said they removed the subsidy, they have not done that. And what it means, the more the oil costs, and the more, but not the gas, more the oil costs, is the more the subsidy is. The greater it is, because the subsidy starts at a certain benchmark. Let's say when the price of oil goes up over $50, then they make up the difference. We know that oil prices up to last week was $130. It has gone back down to about $80, $90. So whatever Paria, the import side, the trading part, is making in importing fuel, they're losing it by having to subsidize the cost of fuel because they don't want to, I guess they don't want to have, I think they don't want any disruption in the social fabric, let's put it that way. So they're losing it there. And on top of which, they're paying a lot of money to bring in that fuel because they're having to pay the price of oil, which is on the, which is going between $100 to $80. With the exploration side of the, which is the heritage side, that's the exploration and production side, that deals with the oil. And I know they did give us a special incentive, I should put it that way, to Touchstone, that the supplemental petroleum tax that they would pay, it would not start at, I think, whatever the baseline was. They increased it so they pay less supplemental petroleum tax. But they're still paying, you must be paying a good bit because the price of oil is so high. But we don't produce enough oil. The refinery was built to refine 160,000 barrels of oil. We produced about approximately 40,000 barrels. And what we were refining was the heavy oil that came mainly from West Africa. And Venezuela has the same kind of oil, heavy oil, which means it has a lot of sulfur. So, I mean, I'm going on and on about
But Karen, we're gonna go. You know what? Let's go for a quick station identification, Karen. Let's go for a quick station identification. We'll be right back. It's in the village with the DAC triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We have with us in the village tonight, no stranger, Mrs. Karen Nunes Teixeira, and she's sharing her knowledge with us here in the village with the DAC triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. Let's go for a quick station identification. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the DAC triplets on WZY 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the DAC triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Now, Karen, for the lay person, right, kind of explain to an individual that the previous budget is pegged at $65 a barrel.
Yeah.
Right? And
Yes.
say current prices is an average of $90 a barrel, right? And I want to make this scenario here. Let's say we were producing 50,000 barrels of oil at $40 a barrel as an example. I just want to use it as an example, all right? And now we are producing 25,000 barrels of oil, but the price of oil is now $80. The price has doubled. We are producing less, but the price of oil had doubled, right? So we basically making the same. Just leave out all other expenses and so on, right? So we are basically making the same amount of money, right? Is that correct, or am I way off base somewhere?
Okay, what I will say, you're not incorrect in a very broad sense, but what you have to bear in mind that it's since the 1990s, Trinidad and Tobago is a natural gas producing country.
No, I understand that.
No, because well, if you understand that, you will understand that oil plays a very small part, even though in setting the budget for historical, because I myself asked for historical and traditional purposes, we still peg our budget to what is deemed to be the price of oil going forward, and we did put it at $65, which was about correct at the time. With natural gas, we put it at $3.65. That's where the money is being made, because the natural gas prices are hovering over 4.6. We are making the money in the natural gas, and the natural gas is important to us because it is feeding the downstream industries, and the methanol and urea plants in the downstream industries are supplied with their natural gas from NGC, who's the, when BP, TT, and Shell, and to a limited extent, Trinidad has a small investment in the Atlantic LNG. When they produce the gas, monetize the gas, part of it goes to the LNG and the train 1s to 4, and then they export that. That's where we make a lot of our money, from the LNG. Although train 1, finally the Prime Minister had to mothball it and close it down after Shell and BPTT and the Chinese company said they are not putting another cent into it because there simply is not enough gas there to keep that train alive. So part of it goes to Atlantic LNG and they export it and we make money from that for sure. Then the rest goes to NGC, which is the aggregator. In other words, all the natural gas that does not go to, under this contract, to the LNG, the train 1s to 4, goes to NGC, and NGC then supplies the downstream industries like the methanol and urea with the natural gas, and they have determined what the price is. And because methanol and urea are doing very well and natural gas prices are doing very well, we have had an opportunity now, definitely from the natural gas point of view, to be seeing some profit there. We are definitely going to, but the problem is, the issue is, as the Prime Minister said when he was at Doha, we have a lot of what they call mature gas fields. So to get gas, you have to do deep water bids, and deep water bids means it's more expensive to bring that gas to the surface. It costs more money. And what has happened? They did the Ruby, which they thought was definitely going. That was a deep water round, and Ruby came up with zero or very little natural gas, and that was just very recently. And in addition to which, the other natural gas fields like Cassia, Manatee, they are not going to be in a position to produce natural gas. So whilst the price is good, we don't simply have the amount. It had happened last year when Minister of Finance, as he wants to do, exaggerated the amount of natural gas we would get, exaggerated somewhat the price. This time, his price is more than conservative based on what we're seeing, but we simply do not have the gas. Dr. Terence Farrell has written on that. We have had many of the energy experts write on that. We simply do not have the gas. And let me just make this point, because you asked me to explain to your viewers. When I said, looking at inflation, that's your purchasing power. When they look at core inflation, you know what they take out of the core inflation? They leave in a lot, everything else, but they take out two things: food and energy. You know why? Because they are volatile, meaning their prices, 1 minute oil is $23 and next minute is $60. So by the time they bring that gas to the wellhead and monetize it, we don't know what the price of natural gas is. At this point in time, the price of natural gas is very good, but we simply don't have the gas at the wellhead to monetize it for us to benefit from these high prices. And when it comes to oil, we shut down the refinery. And one of the main reasons they used for shutting down the refinery was that the cost of labor, the cost of maintenance of the refinery, and most important, they had a bond issue that was about to come to maturity that they said they simply could not meet. Trinidad has been downgraded by Moody's and Standard & Poor's, I believe. I don't want to get it wrong, but either both or one of them in the for the what they call Trans Petroleum Holdings Limited, which is made up of the refinery, Paria, which is importing the fuel, and Heritage, which is doing the exploration side of the business. So what I am saying to you is, and the Prime Minister, in all fairness to the Prime Minister, he did say at Doha that this is not a time for celebration because prices may be good, but we have to have the quantities.
But no, I hear you, Karen, I hear you, right? But the lay person in Trinidad and Tobago wants to know, how is the lay person going to benefit from any increase in the price of oil? And what I hear you are saying is that we are not producing enough barrels of oil to benefit from any large increase in oil prices.
We are not producing, for sure. We are not producing enough to make a big dent in our debt. And I have to mention the gas. The problem with the gas, the prices are high. The gas is there, but it has not been has not been monetized. So we don't have the gas available to sell. You know, it's like you have a mango tree and you plant the mango tree, and today mango is going for $20 for one mango. It's so good, but I make plenty of money off of mangoes. But guess what? When your mango tree starts to grow some nice sweet mangoes, guess what? The mangoes selling for $5. That is what I'm trying to tell you. And what I'm trying to tell you also is that the Prime Minister, the problem too, let me just say, if you ask me as a former Minister of Finance, some of the main issues is our foreign exchange reserves. You have seen so many countries, including Venezuela, where a lot of it is embargoes, where they close down your accounts, they won't allow you to trade, and they punish you in all kinds of ways. But our foreign exchange reserves were over $11 billion in 2014. Today, it's $6.8 billion. And guess what? That is not from our earnings. That $6.8 billion is drawdowns from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, which the minister drew down for the 8th time in recent time, including the special drawing rights, which all of us got, of two. I don't want to exaggerate it, so I don't want to get it wrong. But the point is that the foreign exchange reserves that you think are reserves that we earn from production and from exports, it is very misleading. In fact, if they took away the Heritage and Stabilization Fund money and the special drawing rights and the bond issue that they issue to raise money on the capital market, if you took that out, it's like you having a bank account. It has $5 million in it, but guess what? Out of the $5 million, $2.5 million of it you're owing it in debt. You don't have 5 million. It's looking like 5 million. And that is the problem with our foreign exchange reserves. The other problem is that the government poor implementation. Yes, the Prime Minister said, and he speaks in a very harsh way, unfortunate way, but that is his way. He blames everybody else. He says it's the foolishness of Trinidad that has us in this problem that we haven't diversified. He's saying that about the Dragon Field. The Dragon Field is because America told Shell that if they built that pipeline from Venezuela to the downstream industries, they would be blacklisted, so they couldn't do it. So Dragon Field, he boasted about Dragon Field. How much would they? Dragon Field off the table. Lauren Manatee gas fields, which we share with Venezuela, they have agreed to let us take our share in Manatee, which is the smaller part, but we have to begin to do the drilling for that, right? When he talks about Sandals and saying they're against him, that's why the Sandals never came to fruition. But he has to take responsibility for the ease of doing business, running from us being 68 to 104 for about 3 and 4 years. Now, they just stopped it this year because they said some of these countries are not giving accurate information. And you have a country like Jamaica.
Guyana.
No, I don't even know, because I want to show you the weak implementation. They don't take responsibility. When Jamaica called in the IMF under an extended facility arrangement because they realized they're in real trouble, they were able to sit down and implement so that in 3 days you could open up a business in Jamaica. And you want to know something? On the Corruption Perception Index, you might be surprised to learn this. But on the Corruption Perception Index, as I say, it's not where you fall, but your score. Our score is 41. And do you know what they're looking at? Do you know one of the things that they look at to show that allows for corruption? The red tape. You know why the red tape? Because if you are wealthy and well-placed and have the right connections, you flick your fingers and you get all the certificates you want. The small man who's trying to start a business, he have to pay money. He have to wait weeks and weeks, and he could never compete. This government has failed the small, medium enterprise. They have catered to the 1% in this country by the procurement legislation, by the waste of time gambling legislation, the waste of time Revenue Act. They have catered to them, the private-public partnership that benefits only certain people, and have ignored the people who voted for them. It's not the 1%. You are not the private sector. You are the government. And you are delinquent in your UNDP Sustainable Development Goals, one of which is reducing income inequality. So stop blaming the people. Start implementing and stop talking about. I'm tired about plans. The Economic Advisory Board, they set up with Dr. Farrell. He left. The whole board fell apart. All they're good is telling you about a plan. The plan to deal with COVID, plan to deal with Laventille. We know where the problem with Laventille is. It's not in Laventille. It's not in Laventille. Everybody knows. I bet you if I gave you a piece of paper and everybody who listening to me and gave them a piece of paper, I bet you they'll put on the same names or some of the same names. Why they can't catch them? And you guess you have it. You have to ask him for all his talk. He had the second highest murder rate, Griffith. Griffith. He had the second highest murder rate in 2019 of 530.
Karen, we're supposed to have Gary next, you know.
Easy, Karen. Easy.
And if he ever got a container of cocaine, we don't want to hear, David Rudder said, we don't want to hear about the marijuana, Colorado trading on that. Stop telling us about the marijuana. You know what you have to do? Disrupt the cocaine trade. You know why? Because everybody in Trinidad who is in supposedly charged or they will die before they spend a day in jail. And the government knows it themselves. So you see me, I am free to speak because as far as I know, the only thing I'm afraid of is a stick. But the carrot, they can keep.
Mr. Sheriff.
Tommy, hold 1 minute. I just want to ask this question before you go. Someone wants to know if we know what is the Trinidad debt to GDP ratio. I know in 2020 it was 59.
I said it's I did say it in. I actually had the figures in front of me for
In 2020 was 59.27%.
2019, it was 64%. They're saying it's 80 something percent, but as the economists, I won't call their names, but the economists of high regard, they've put it at more likely to be 93%.
In 2022? In 2021?
Yes, and we are in, I don't know if you call this a recession, we have there and the fiscal deficit. Believe you me, you could go and check, because I had to check it because I go on these shows. And one of the things I try to be is responsible. I am not electioneering or trying to form a party and see how many people will vote for me by keeping myself relevant and talking, and hopefully I gather enough people, and they will be struck by my charisma, but forget the facts. I'm not one of those individuals. I'm a person who is committed to this country you call Trinidad and Tobago. My whole family went away and educated. I begged my father. I said, he wanted me to go and do law in England. I begged him to let me go Barbados and do law. I said I did not want to leave the Caribbean, and I never did. All my education is at UWI. I never left the Caribbean.
Mr. Sheriff, among our many gifts, we have an asphalt lake. How does that contribute to our GDP, and has it been monetized in the best way?
I don't know that much about the asphalt lake, because this is also a matter of general concern. So I don't like to ever say things in a definitive way, at least if I'm not sure. But I know that my understanding is that the Chinese, I don't know, and that's unfair to use the word the Chinese, because it's not, I don't know if it's the government or if it's a company, but as we know, they have a version of capitalism, but it's very state controlled. So I don't want to be wrong about this, but it's my understanding that they have leased the Asphalt Lake company for several years. And my problem, and I'm glad you brought that up, my problem is that road to the belt, whatever they call it, the road to belt or belt to road, whatever thing that the Chinese came up with, started in their country. They are not a development bank. In other words, they are not interested as the World Bank or IMF or the IDB to make sure that you meet certain criteria. So that is why they could go in Tobago, and my understanding, they've done a survey that the maximum amount of tourists that come through Tobago, including the locals, is 5,000 a year. Yet they're building a airport to accommodate, I don't want to get it wrong, at least 3 million. I may be wrong, it might be more, right? They are the ones that the Prime Minister, when he decided to be Minister of Housing for 6 months and send the Minister of Housing to be Minister of Tourism, where he still is, but he stayed there for 6 or 7 months, was there when they signed this Memorandum of Understanding, or whatever they call it. I'm not giving it the right name. It's another framework agreement with a Chinese company that the World Bank had blacklisted to build 5,000 houses over time at ridiculous conditions that were so much against our interests, of which we did not know about until the JCC, the Contractors Association, under the Freedom of Information Act, got them to release the actual contract. And when that contract was released, nobody could understand how this government could have entered into a contract where most of the labor would come from the Chinese, that they had to pay them in US dollars almost immediately, conditions that were so much against our interests and had a punitive code. Our Prime Minister said he didn't understand, he didn't know.
Karen,
but Karen, isn't it?
Lowered.
I smell Stuart Young.
Barbados just lowered their sales tax on gas. Are we seeing that coming anytime soon for Trinidad and Tobago?
Trinidad has a fuel subsidy. Where they have to lower anything, they don't have a subsidy on gas. We have a big, huge subsidy. We removed it. Now, actually, I had spoken to a columnist.
Could they remove the subsidy then, or could they lower the subsidy?
Well, you see, I don't know if I know you know, because you are in the business of the media business, you know that if you want to have civil unrest in a country, a lot of times people are willing to put up, unfortunately, in the nature of human beings, and all over the world that is true. They may not like what the government is doing, or the government corrupt, but yeah, I could fly out to Miami, yes, and I could go and play bass and so and so, and I could go and eat. So, okay, so no, I'm not happy with what you're doing. But the day you can't feed your children, the day you can't put the gas in your car, the day you can't pay your mortgage, all of a sudden you wake up and all of a sudden you want to protest, which is the right to the Constitution, the right of freedom of assembly, freedom of expression, and our Constitution curiously has a right of political expression, which is really unique to our Constitution. So to answer your question, the government, understandably, because I was in government and I understand the government's hesitancy after so many small, medium enterprises have closed their doors because they simply could not afford to keep their businesses open, because the industrial court has already said that if it's not part of your contract, you cannot make a employee take the COVID, you cannot impose it on them. And we are in a situation where there is a big disparity between the haves and the have-not. And to a large extent, the government, people believe the government have been very facilitative of this condition. So I don't think that the government at this time wants to implement. And plus two, let me just say, one of the things that Mia Motley has is she has, whether you like her or not, I'm talking about you, the thing, she has the confidence and trust and what you want in a leader. Anytime somebody asked me the other day, well, what could one man do? I say, well, Jesus Christ to start with, but then we could look at Stalin, then we could look at Lenin, then we could look at Hitler, then we could look at I Have a Dream, right? We could look at all these people. And when they want to end a movement, they don't touch the followers, they go after the leader. So when you have confidence and the trust and confidence of your country, where she won every seat again, they are willing to go through the hard times because they believe she's doing it in their interest. But when you live in a country like Trinidad and people do not have that confidence and believe that they're dealing with a lot of corruption and whatever, you find it very difficult to get that level of, and plus two, you have the issue of race, the issue of ethnicity, the issue of religion in the mix, where we are 50-50. We're not a minority like in New Jersey, it's 50-50. And when you put that all in the mix, Margaret Thatcher lost her position as my minister when she axed the tax, when she wanted to impose the equivalent of a tax. It was not a poll tax. It was a tax where rich people were getting away with paying very little, and poor people living in the ghettos were paying more, right? And what saved her earlier on was the war down in the where
Falklands.
Right, understand? So what I'm trying to tell you, the reason why Mia Motley could do what she is, because she is the leader, whether formally or informally, of the Caribbean, English-speaking Caribbean, and people will support her because they believe she has their interest at heart, and she's doing what is necessary. In Trinidad, not so.
She has the confidence of the people of Barbados, and a little hard times, the people will deal with it. But also, Karen, the Prime Minister's speech in his conversation with himself, and that was supposed to be with the people, right?
I didn't listen to this one.
Yeah, the conversation he had with himself that was supposed to be with the people, right? Is it that he's trying to warm up the people in that any sort of windfall they get from gas or oil, he can say, well, listen, I could have raised gas by 100%, but I'm only going to raise it by 25 cents or 50%. Is that part of the sort of rhetoric?
Well, let me tell you, he's a politician, and I'm not going to blame a politician for doing things that are
You're
that.
not a politician anymore, though.
Well, I've always been a politician. You see, I'm not a
All
politician.
right, okay.
I'm right, because even our conversation, I hope, will show that is my leaning. And unfortunately, though my period in office was short, it was the time of the property tax, CL Financial, CLECO, the Revenue Authority. So so I had a lot on my plate. So my learning curve was very high, fast. And so that has really allowed me to have a particular point of view. So if you're asking me if he does that, well, I mean, if I was in cabinet and you're looking and he's saying, listen, the state of emergency, we went twice, we can't go back again. There's no more pandemic, it's an endemic. So how long are we going to stop people from gathering? We letting them when I wanted, and look at the hypocrisy. When he wanted state of emergency was caused for one reason only. I went back and did my research on it, that the president said not for war, not for civil unrest, but for contagion disease. And he was able to do it twice because that is what the Constitution allows. However, guess what was happening on the 6th of December? THA elections. In November, where we experienced the highest rate of deaths from COVID to date. January got a little higher, but the highest rate of deaths in November, and you locking me down because you don't want me to spread COVID. You stopped the thing, you brought the state of emergency to shut down 10 days early. Why? So you could go and electioneer in Tobago. And from the pictures that I saw, including and I like him very much, a very nice person, I have nothing personal against him, Rivello opened up a bar and restaurant as mayor of San Fernando. And if you see people, and the person told me, right next door to the police station, somebody rang me and said, no, ma'am, if you pelt a stone, it will pass the police station. And people partying. So you see, there's a lot of hypocrisy, and that is why people lack the confidence. You say one thing, and then you are able to refer your guests to come on, calling people cockroaches and zesters, but you don't.
But
you
Karen,
make them lie down in the road. You make them lie down in the road. But when
isn't that somewhat unfair, though? Isn't that somewhat unfair? Because when you were in the cabinet, you were sitting down there and following lock, stock, and barrel with whatever was happening, though. You couldn't go against what was happening.
Well, first of all, let me just say to you, and to make it clear to you, I am not a good fit for this government. I got into, because I do not come from a political family, but you see that 2020 vision, you see that plan for Trinidad and Tobago, it spoke to me as it really spoke to me. And that is what Trinidad needed. And unbeknownst to me, when the Prime Minister made me Minister of Finance, I then looked back and said, why did he make me Minister of Finance? I don't deal with business, because he thought, and I believe he believed, that I saw his vision and mission, and I did. So everything I did was not forced on me. It is what I believed in. The MOU with the CL Financial, we were not given a chance. Well, Prime Minister unfortunately called it early, so we were not able to do the property tax, which would have come out to be very fair. I hear the Prime Minister saying that now. I'm so glad that he's saying that now, after he wasn't happy about it in Parliament when I was there. But I'm glad to hear he's saying it's not going to be too hard, which it wasn't too hard on people. So that, and another thing I want you to know, there was a particular issue, which I won't call it, but it was a major issue. And I opposed the Prime Minister on the approach to it at a policy formulation committee meeting, in which the line ministers, other ministers, the central bank governor, permanent secretaries were there. And a presentation was made about how to deal with this particular issue. I was vehemently opposed to the way that Mr. Manning said, the Prime Minister said he was going. And there were two ministers whose names shall remain unsaid that said, yeah, let's go, because they were setting me up. We went for lunch. When we went for lunch, the Prime Minister said, Minister, you're so against this thing. Tell the consultants not to go home. Tell the consultants to stay until Friday, and we're going to have a meeting of cabinet on Friday, and we're going to take a vote on how to put things. So we had a meeting, but anyway, let me not say that. But what I will say is I did oppose him, and I opposed him enough that he had a cabinet meeting for the cabinet to vote. But they wanted to please him, so they voted for him in his interest. So don't say that I never opposed. He never instructed me. He gave me my job, and I can tell you with Clico CL Financial, he could have moved me from that and given it to somebody else. He had trust and confidence in me.
So Karen, I already see our next guest in the background, Gary Griffith.
Who's your next guest?
Our next guest, former COP, Gary Griffith.
Next, you want to be Prime Minister? I'll give him this.
Karen, he might have a few words for you too.
I'm going.
Boy.
I'm going. But I want to say this because.
No, but Karen, wait 1 minute. 1 minute before you go.
Can I just say this because
sure.
I want him to hear that this is what I genuinely believe. I believe he's very charismatic. I believe a lot of the popularity comes from his no-nonsense attitude. I believe that people find the mano macho thing very appealing, especially when he seems to stand up against, of all people, Rowley, who the Prime Minister before called him a raging bull. People like that about Gary Griffith. And he has, and leaders need charisma. And he has that. And he has also been in a cabinet position, so he understands it from both sides of the equation. Those are the strong points on him, but I have many, many points which are based on fact and not on PR. But what he needs to do and what he is doing, and he could be upset with me if he wants, what he needs to do, because it happens to politicians and actors and actresses. If people don't hear about you again, that's why they call it news. You have to keep yourself relevant. So he's he has to keep his relevance. So he's gotten an opportunity and said the Prime Minister jealous. I'm not sure. He might be right because he better look at any Prime Minister last sure. And he's more attractive. And he knows that.
Karen, you're not only saying that because he's there, Karen, you sure?
No, I talk the truth, but I told you already. He was the submission police in 2019, he became in 2018. And I told you that the Americans shut down his SORT because they were unhappy with what would be going on in the SORT. In particular, the death of two people with his Stecker Hernandez, a member of SORT, who fell off chairs and died. But the autopsy said it was blunt force trauma. And they had to, and SORT had to be his SORT had to be disbanded because the Americans say they're not giving them money. So he would get my tremendous respect if he gets some cocaine shipment, not a little bit of cocaine he got in Westmoreland. And I don't want to hear anything more about the marijuana. When you get the cocaine, which is driving the crime and the gangs and the guns in this country, I will come and join you on the platform.
Karen, let me ask Mr. Griffith something. Mr. Griffith, I'm seeing you in the background. Would you like to join Karen or just for a few minutes? Shake your head if you want to.
Listen.
All right. So Karen, stay right there.
What I said. So Karen, I want to go and I want to.
No, Karen, wait a minute. I'm going to bring Gary Griffith in. Wait a minute. Stay right there. Wait.
The second highest murder rate. And wait now.
Wait a minute, Karen.
When he started to boast, guess what we had? A state of emergency and public health things that told you that you had a curfew and you couldn't stay in, you couldn't gather more than 5 people at a time. That is what happened with Kamala. When Kamala had a state of emergency for 3 months, the crime rate, murder rate went down. So why don't you say that that had something to do with it? Why don't you talk about 2019 when you had the second highest murder rate? And why don't you say that in 2020 and 2021 that the state of emergency and the public health regulations contributed to the reduction in crime? But you're making it about yourself. And why? Why he's very good. Look how he's smiling. Look, I give you a palm.
I can answer, but I'm blushing based on.
Why? When Mr. Hackshaw, with all those accounts, when you said that you all had done the investigation, nothing wrong. But PCA, David West, sent his file to the DPP because they found there was something wrong, criminal wrongdoing. And in June, you said that you had sent your file to the DPP, and the DPP had to come in July to say you did not do it. So, Mr. Griffith, I'm going to tell you, I understand your appeal. My brother is one of your admirers. I had to tell him, stop drinking the Kool-Aid, because he's definitely drinking Kool-Aid. I had to tell him, stop drinking Kool-Aid. But you have a lot of admirers. I am just saying, the day that you were able to deal with cocaine and not with the marijuana, you would have gotten my respect.
So, Karen, hold 1 minute. Karen, hold 1 minute, okay? So let me just welcome Mr. Gary Griffith to In the Village with the DAC Triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. So, Gary, we call ourselves the DAC Triplets. D is for Diana. Diana is considered with the Storm. A is myself and Summer Wall Street. G is Gary the Phantom. And we have a fourth person with us, Marshall Tommy Nesbitt. He's a commissioner here in Newark, New Jersey. Gary Griffith, welcome to In the Village with the DAC Triplets on WZY 95.9 FM. We didn't bring you in to talk to Karen, but Karen is here, so we could just spend a little 5 minutes between you and Karen and have a quick discussion.
And I want to tell you, Gary, you got my admiration just now, because look at how you sit down there, stoic, smile on your face, and very difficult to think what you're thinking. So you took my lashes, and that's good as a politician, but I don't take back what I said, though.
Well, I'm actually blushing about the fact about how good looking she said I was, so I'm still blushing.
That's a bad thing, Gary. That shouldn't matter so much. You know that already. So, you know the lady's fine,
So, Gary, how do you answer Mrs. Karen Nunes Teixeira?
Sure, certainly. Good evening, everyone. So just to clarify, as it pertains to the reduction in crime, I remember, Karen, that the criminologists here in Trinidad and Tobago said that. They said that the reason why crime was going down was because of COVID and because of the state of emergency. But I just want to correct you. All through 2020, there was no state of emergency. And 2020, we moved from 548 murders to 390. In the first half of 2021, again, likewise, there was no state. The state of emergency came more in the back end of that half of 2021. So all during that period, all through 2020 and the first 3 months of 2021, there was no state of emergency. However, when I left, we were going at a ratio of 340 murders. On my departure, there was still the state of emergency ongoing for 2 months, but it turned into one of the highest spikes we have ever seen in the history of the country in murders. So since my departure, it has now been a ratio of 600 murders per annum on my departure. But when I left, it was 340. So I know we speak about the state of emergency and COVID and all that, but during the state of emergency, there was a massive spike on my departure. So that was just to clarify.
And I just want to say, I'm glad that you mentioned that it became down from 540. So the 540 you were talking about was when you were Commissioner of Police for the entire 2019. And although you are right that the state of emergency was not it was less than 6 months, the COVID-19 regulations in a way operated as such because it kept people off the streets, it kept people from gathering. So though it was not a state of emergency, it did assist in terms
and Karen, that's again, when I left it on August, September, October, November, there was the same COVID, there was the same health regulations, and then we had the highest number of murders in the history of this country in the month of November, when there was the same health restrictions.
Yes, but what I'm saying is you do have the what is it, notoriety? I don't want to say that. Because you see, you with all due respect to you, Mr. Griffith, and I can tell you this is absolutely not personal, but I'm sorry. I I probably look at things a little bit more at a distance and not dazzled by your charisma. But I will
I try.
Huh? No,
I tried.
No. You have succeeded, and I tell you, my brother's a macho man. So he think you are the best. I had to send him a message and tell him to stop drinking the Kool-Aid.
There's a point.
I'm gone. I made enough mistakes.
No, Karen, wait, just one point.
Mr. Griffith, can you wait 1 minute too? Mr. Griffith.
You have been very
charming. I appreciate constructive criticism. But listen, do you know when it comes to the, we had criminologists here, and they said it's because of COVID that crime was going down. I don't know if they felt that because of COVID, people will not murder, rape, kill. When you look at the crime statistics in New York, Boston, LA, Detroit, Miami, all over almost every state in the United States, it has been the highest spike we have in crime during the period of the COVID pandemic. So the perception that COVID will cause persons not to commit crime, in fact, is just the opposite. When you have
that is why you're a politician. That is why you're a politician.
But that's the truth.
Let me just add something.
Using those examples when you know very well that part of the problem in those countries that you called is that many people were not wearing masks, people were gathering, they were not being compliant. Whereas in Trinidad and Tobago, there was a much higher level of compliance as in Africa, which is why in Africa, just in case you all do not know, they have a population of 1.37 billion, yes, and they made up of 53 countries, they're not one country. And they had a COVID death rate of 227,000 as of November, whereas in New York, in the United States, with a population of 333 million, they had a death rate of over 870 something thousand. And a lot of it had to be with not shutting down in time, politicizing the issue, not wearing the mask. So using those examples they are not good examples, because they are not examples of countries that were compliant with the COVID restrictions. And also too, they did not have the extent of restrictions that we have in Trinidad. So I do not think it is fair for you to say, and although I understand your point, it is not fair for you to say that the COVID-19 restrictions in Trinidad and Tobago and the compliance with it and the state of emergency played a major part in the reduction of murders, because you cannot explain why you were the Commissioner of Police since August 2018, and you have the honor. The first highest happened when I was in office, so I'm going to say it to them. But I was the Minister of National Security, but I'm part of the cabinet, so I'm taking responsibility. 2008 was the highest, but your own was the second highest. So, and
that's a good thing, because when I got into office was very late in 2018. So you're trying to say that in 3 months you wanted me to do an immediate turnaround of what was?
No, Gary. No. What I'm trying to say is you have an answer for everything. You do not want to take responsibility, and
no, but I am. But in the same manner, there's a saying: you cannot be half pregnant. If I took over in August 2018. 3 months after that was the beginning of 2019. There was a gradual increase in crime every single year for the last 9 years. So it's not going to spin overnight. When it is, I started putting hundreds of policies of measuring performance, making police officers accountable, putting GPS tracking, putting different operations. Then you started seeing the turnaround. And that's where people stated it was because of COVID. But what you just said, there's no empirical data by any criminologist to show that because of COVID, people will not rape, kill, or murder.
Okay, Gary.
Okay, now.
But Karen,
I know Ansel is enjoying this, but let me just say, I think we may be going around in circles. I stick with what I've said. You do have a following. I'm not part of the following. And the major thing is, you have never dealt with the cocaine. You have never dealt with the cocaine. And you wouldn't be less than honest. Because as I tell people, and you see what it does. Can I just say this before I leave, Mr. Anslip? Because I consider myself, even though I'm a Trinidadian, when I go to America or European country, they don't know that. They just see a black person and they apply all kinds of stereotypes to me. And unfortunately, there are many students that I taught from that area who are nothing like what they are. They're not cockroaches and they're not zesters. The zesters and cockroaches are the ones that prey on vulnerable young men. But yes, and you know that, Gary. And what is the hurtful thing about it is, and this is what I had to tell Kamala when we were doing our MB, and then that's why she didn't talk to me after that. I said, you are making the issue of criminals, because most of the young criminals in the jail are young black African men. In America, is a story with crack and cocaine and mandatory sentencing. We weren't going down that route. But the young African men in Trinidad are the majority of the criminals. But why are you making it about nature and nurture? They haven't. Who killing anybody in Togo? Who killing anybody? Tobago is about 98% black. How many murders you have in Tobago? And they nearly everybody there black. 0.40, nearly everybody there black. So if it was an issue of race, all these parts of the country that are majority black should be overrun with crime. But you know where the crime is? Urban poverty. It's not rural poverty, it's urban poverty. And you know what the people in the West know? They know that they are vulnerable young men who are sitting down there who are ready for the picking. And instead of you turning your thing, you did it once. I gave you pride. I must give you that. I give you marks for that. When you came out and said the leader of one of the worst groups was killed in Point Fortin. I really did admire you for that. But instead of turning it to where the problem lies, instead of turning it, you are going after the little boys who are being used and abused and have no self-worth and no self-esteem, because it's like taking an alcoholic and put him in a rum shop. And you know what is the worst thing? Those people who are doing it, they can't have enough cars, they can't have enough house, they can't have enough yacht, they can't have enough of enough for generations and generations of greed. And these little young men, they steal our sneakers and they're the worst pariahs. But we know, and you know, that living in an urban, because that same Laventille and Morvan, 20, 25 years ago, it was foul thief. Why it's a change? It's because of, and you talk about the guns, unlicensed guns. You know the unlicensed guns are directly related, not to the marijuana so much, but to the cocaine trade. You know, because you have said it, that Southwest Peninsula coming in, the drugs coming in. And instead of putting your energy as the Commissioner of Police on building up our Chinese wall and stopping them from coming in, those little boys and girls who have, many of them do not have a father or mother, and the ones who are doing it to them, living in a nice house, and everybody knows who it is. Everybody knows who they are. Everybody knows who they are. And those little boys are made to feel as if they are worth nothing. And you, as a Commissioner of Police, that was your opportunity to turn the table and don't forget about arresting any of the big fish, because you know and I know, I ain't calling in because I'm friendly with some of them. You know and I know that they're going to die before they spend a day in jail. So you don't go after the thing, you disrupt the trade. And you have the capacity to have done more when you were there. And if you had done that, you would have gotten my undying respect, but you did not do it.
Interesting point. I accept. I could. There's a lot that I can see. The fact is, when it pertains to the Southwestern Peninsula, anything pertaining to illegal trafficking of cocaine into Trinidad and Tobago, that is not within the purview of the Commissioner of Police. However, it was the Minister of National Security, which is what I did, Karen. If you recall, when I was National Security Advisor, I have a serious issue when governments change. They shut down, dismantle everything because of pettiness. So I was the National Security Advisor that spoke to the Prime Minister then and said, let us keep at least one OPV. So when people speak about all this nonsense, I had it. And again, so when it is I was the Minister of National Security, that's why I immediately established the Damen vessels to be able to stop that drug trade. Immediately, I was able to put what it is that was shut down by the UNC administration. And then after, when the government changed again, Colin Nimwood says, look, and leave those vessels right there. Anybody could go down the islands in Trinidad and they will see all the 12 Damen vessels. And they will talk.
I want to tell you, you're doing a good job of campaigning, but you'll have to answer a lot of, thing you, because what I would say to you, this is just unsolicited advice, because just unsolicited. I like how you have responded to me. I didn't think that you would have. You're being very, I don't know if you, after I leave, after you come off, you might cuss me out.
No, Karen, let me say this.
I think I got away with the charisma. But let me just tell you, if you do something about the cocaine and stop making these little boys and little girls have no self-worth, you would have done a great job for your country.
But that is what the police service we were doing. But so when it is you looked at the St. James Barracks, where the previous commissioner of police used the barracks as a graveyard for 500 vehicles, I turned it into into 3 sports fields to be used for young persons. We have every single government in the last 3 decades do not understand the importance of sport, extracurricular activity. Sport becomes an avenue to get young persons to turn away from a life of crime. This is the first commissioner of police. When I launched the Commissioner's Cup, getting communities and young persons to work together. We formed Crossroads, getting 1,000 police officers to be a big brother with 1,000 young men. And we were copying the NYPD model, because that is where Trinidad and Tobago, for the first time, TTPS actually signed a bilateral agreement with NYPD, where we were bringing in them. That's how we were able to form the gender-based violence unit, the sexual offences unit.
Yes.
I
just want to tell you one thing, okay? Everything you said, I agree, but you can't, you have a tree and you keep cutting the branches, which is what you're doing, and you'll flower, and you have to get to the root. And until you deal with the root of the problem, all these efforts you are making are going to come to naught. So
I know, but you know why, Karen? It goes with your government and mine and this present government.
My government? Which government? This one? Because I am
no, 2007 to 2010. And throughout every single government in the last 5 administrations, they have slept with the devil. They have, and
that is unfair, but I have to go.
Karen, wait, listen. This is about giving contracts to gang members.
Gary, I have to go. I enjoy it.
Okay.
And when I am finished, you can say everything you have to say, but I am not part of this government because I believed in the government of which I was a part, and I believed that what he was doing and the things that he was doing. But we don't have time to go in that, and I wish you well. I see you're looking for 250,000 supporters.
Well, 249,999. I look like you're on board.
I'm feeling you can get it. All right, I'm gone. It was nice talking to you, though, eh?
All the best. Take care.
Poor Ansel's trying to get a word and he can't get a word in. And they used to call you Garrulous Gary.
Good night, Miss.
Good night. See you all. It was wonderful being on.
Thank you.
Take care.
Anselm, are you there? Okay, this is WZYE. We seem to
I'm here. Sorry about that. So Mr. Griffin, I want to just pick up on a few things that Karen indicated, right?
Sure.
Looking back at your career and knowing that now you are heading towards a political career again, right? By the way, are you starting your own party, or are you going to join the PNM, the UNC, the PDP, or you're going to rejoin COP?
No, well, I don't even know if COP is still very active or vibrant. I know it still exists. But I think the country wants something new. As in 1981, the 3rd constituency, it was proven that it was there. That is when it had 91,000 votes under the ONR. In 1981, sorry. 10 years later, under 1991, it moved to the NAR and there were 127,000 votes. 16 years later, it then moved to the Congress of the People with 147,000 votes. 15 years after that, it means that there are persons between the ages of 18 to 32 who never had an opportunity for anything other than the ketchup or the mustard, the red or the yellow. I think it is obvious that there is a need for that type of party. In 2007, when the COP had the 147,000, there were 2 very powerful political leaders, very well respected, and it ensured that the base remained intact. That would have been Patrick Manning and Basdio Pandey. At this time, I think both political leaders of both parties, they have eroded the base because of their personalities. I have very high regard for both political parties. They have done a tremendous job to the development of this great country. But the leadership is where it is. You have the void. Decisions have been made on both sides that have caused Trinidad and Tobago to decline in the type of productivity that we can do. And this is where I see that we need to have a government. Basically, in 1976, when that constitution was set up, the constitution was set up to ensure dictatorship via democracy. So you have a government that will handpick a president, and that president will now be a puppet. You handpick your Speaker of the House, President of the Senate, that will ensure that Parliament will never be democratic. Everything the opposition will say, they will shut down. You have a government that will handpick a commissioner, a chief of defense staff, all state board members, which will ensure massive corruption throughout because there are no checks and balances and no transparency. We need to have a government that could ensure that there would be that degree of power to diminish the powers of a government. I mean, even look at it right now. I'm speaking to you all here in New York City. If and when we get into government, one of the main things I want to do, we have over 600,000 persons who have Trinidad and Tobago passports, primarily in Miami, New York, Toronto, South America, and also in London. Why it is that these persons they are not eligible to vote? You've seen it in the United States. You don't have to return to the United States 6 months before an election to vote. It is your democratic right to decide who you want to run your country. It is something that I would like to push heavily to ensure that all persons who are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, anywhere that we have an embassy, those persons can turn up 2 weeks before the election, before that election day, so that they will be able to vote and decide on who they want as the government of the country that they're a citizen of.
No, Gary, Mr. Griffith, I have to say to you, right? We're going to have some additional discussions, because when people come into the village, we keep it real in the village. Now, that point that you just raised there, right? I don't know if your new party will be PEP or you didn't really tell me which one will be a new party. You just, you dance around the mulberry bush a little bit. You know what I mean? Like you went to the Olympics and you do a little bit of gymnastics. You ain't tell me, I asked if you was going to form a new party or if you were going to join up with the UNC.
No, sorry. No, I thought it was self-explanatory when I said that there's a void in leadership of both parties. So it means that there's now a massive need for a third constituency, which obviously will be a brand new party. Sorry about that.
All right, good. You see, right, there we go. Now the next thing that you just said, and all of us that are sitting on this panel, Gary, Diane, and Tony, one thing you said there is of great significance to all of us, because we believe that, and I want to expand it a little further, we believe that we who are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that reside in this country should have a right to vote, just like citizens in Mars of the United States of America who might be in Afghanistan, they can do an absentee ballot, right? So we believe that, and I think that's what you were saying with respect to us who are citizens here in the United States of America. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct, but do you know why neither the PNM or the UNC would ever step foot in that area? Because every time they try to get into an election and they go into government, they do it for their own personal need and not for the betterment of the country. So you have just about 500,000 persons, primarily in Miami, New York, Washington, Toronto, and London. At least 500,000, and they would not venture into that. And I'll tell you why, because the PNM are not sure, but listen, they're probably about primarily 200,000 Indo-Trinidadians in Toronto and London. It might affect us politically. The UNC will say, well, there are about 250,000 Afro-Trinidadians that are Trinidad citizens in New York City and Miami. It may affect us. Instead of doing what is right, they will always try to do what is better for them to continue for their political survival. And that is not the type of government we need. That is not the type of leadership we need. We need to make decisions, not what is better for you as a political party to remain in power, but do what is correct, do what is the right thing. How could people be citizens of a country and you're telling them you have to fly back here and you have to remain here for 6 months to be eligible to cast your vote to decide who you want as your prime minister? Whether you are in Trinidad and Tobago or Ukraine, and you are a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, it is your right, just as anyone else, to decide who you want as your prime minister, regardless of where you live.
Talk your talk, Mr. Griffith. This is Diana. Talk your talk.
Mr. Griffith. In about 2 minutes, we're going to go for a quick station identification. So here are some questions. This is just trying to figure out some answers. What is the status of the shooting death of the 3 men in Mova, as well as the shooting of the pregnant woman in Beetham Gardens? What is the status of those 2 cases?
Yeah, those matters were being thoroughly investigated by the Police Complaint Authority. You can, at any time, you should have a conversation with Mr. David West. He will explain that it was the first time that there was ever a close relationship between the police service and the PCA. Before my tour of duty, the PCA was seen as something that was negative and and trying to come down on police officers. Not so, because I saw the PC as being one that can clear police officers if wrongfully accused, which is why I started pumping the use of tasers, pepper spray for minimum use of force, and also body cameras, dashboard cameras on all the police vehicles, so that we can have that degree of accountability. So if police officers do the wrong thing, they can be culpable, held accountable, and if it is that they are wrongfully accused, then they can be released. So in the situation with the 3 persons in the Mova shooting, those individuals were still on administrative leave. They were still being investigated by the PCA, and I think the file is in the hand of the DPP. As it pertains to the lady who was shot in the Beetham, what it is that people will not be aware is that there was a lot of shooting that was taking place by both sides. There were a lot of persons in the Beetham that were also firing in an indiscriminate manner. So we were trying to use our proper testing through the forensic to verify the type of firearm that was used, the type of round that went and killed that lady, to verify if it came from a police weapon. And therein lies the problem, because when I decided to try to find an avenue to, like for example, New York City, perfect example. If there's a shooting in New York, within 7 days, the ballistic testing will be done to verify and pinpoint everything as it pertains to that crime. In Trinidad and Tobago, it takes 7 years. 7 years, I'm not exaggerating. So by the time we finally get the results, the victim has disappeared. The witnesses have also probably disappeared. You cannot find the suspect. He's probably dead, because he may be involved in criminal activities, and their lifespan is very short when they're involved in that. So therein lies and when I was trying to get this rectified, the present Minister of National Security was trying to block me, because we were trying to privatize the system, because the present system, the forensic system that we had, it meant it was taking 7 years before those results come out, whereas in New York it takes 7 days.
Anselm, top of the hour. Anselm, you're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, broadcasting from Maplewood, New Jersey. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. This is WZYE in the Village, and tonight we have the former Commissioner of Police, Mr. Gary Griffith.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
So we are back with you while Mr. Griffith walks.
Oh, that was fast. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I know you're taking a little walk, but that's okay. But Gary,
we lost the signal.
We wait until you get situated.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm back on base.
All right. So Gary, this is questions that people who are living outside of Trinidad and Tobago will ask, right? Many of us will look at what happened in Mova and consider that to be extrajudicial killings. What do you say about that?
Yeah, definitely. When you look at it at face value, you would. But as a commissioner of police, I could not make a statement like that. It would be improper, especially, and it can actually prejudice the investigation. So the first thing that people will automatically state is it is that. But as a commissioner, and even as a politician, you cannot make statements based on what it is that you will just see on face value. So what I will always say is that before you make any call, you must go through the process and ensure that the matter is thoroughly investigated. And I'll give you a perfect example. When we go back to the 2 persons who died at when they were under custody by the Special Operation Response Team that Karen just spoke about, the comments I made was so straightforward, but you know how Trinidad and Tobago is. A dog will bite a man. By the time it gets to the neighbor, the man bit the dog. I said, they asked what transpired. I said that these 2 individuals we have them as being the persons responsible for the abduction of Andrea Barrett. We did immense investigation and we were able to apprehend the suspects. The suspects were involved in confrontation with the officers when they apprehended them. And then when we realized that they suffered minor injuries, they were taken to the hospital. Whilst they were at the hospital, the SWAT officers told them to have a seat or to lie down. They said they didn't want to lie down, so they went went on a chair. Whilst the individual was on the chair waiting to be seen by the doctor, he fell off the chair. And then when he fell off the chair, the doctors immediately decided to check on him, and then he died. How could that mean that I said the man died by falling off a chair? That was mind-boggling. I was running a system of the list of events that took place. So that is a typical example that you have to be very careful when you hold any office, that you make a statement, it will be deliberately exaggerated to the point that it becomes reality in the eyes of some.
But Gary, don't you think that some people might be thinking that maybe that's the impression that you wanted to give to the public?
No. If you actually listen to the audio, at no time was it anything remotely close to that. This was something deliberately done to cause mischief, and therein lies the problem. Because I was running through the situation to show what happened. I said he was on a chair, and then whilst he was on the chair, he collapsed, and then the police immediately. How could that mean that it meant that it was because he was on the chair, somebody threw him off the chair, he fell off a chair? That was never stated. That was a lie. But and I wish I could have the recording to play to you. So that is typical, and it goes with the politics. It goes with the situation where the country becomes so divided. Everyone here, based on race, religion, go back to the ketchup and mustard. It's either you're squeezing the red ketchup or the mustard. And even right now, by the way, ketchup and mustard now, you have to pay $2. For people who don't know, in North America, we have to pay $2 TT for ketchup and mustard if anytime you go to a fast food outlet for KFC or Royal Castle. So
Gary, we're trying to cover quite a few things here. Now let's go to the DSS. What's the status with regarding the video recordings of the theft during that police-led operation?
Yeah, and again, when there's an individual, Dennis Wren from the Toronto Tobago Express, she wrote 93 reports and articles, and all 93 was done specifically to try to discredit me or the police service. She wrote and stated that the DSS, that you saw SWAT officers involved in taking items from there and putting it in their pockets. Those were never SWAT officers. Those were members of the Toronto Tobago Defense Force. She then tried to mislead the country by stating that they were SRPs. You cannot be a soldier in the Defense Force and be a Special Reserves police officer. But it shows her ignorance in understanding law enforcement. And she continued to push the agenda because, as I said, if you make the same lie over and over in this country, people would believe it. So she tried to give that avenue. But it was because of SWAT that we were able to have that massive operation, be able to acquire 22 million TT in cash. And what happened is that very senior officers decided to return all of these funds to the individuals, because we have discovered that many senior police officers and members of the Defense Force were heavily involved in this massive racket. And when I use the word racket, I know exactly what I'm speaking about, because this is a pyramid. People were stating that the police, we were affecting young black men from being prosperous. But if it is that I'm a young black man and I put $10,000 and I get $100,000, it means that 9 other young black men would have just lost $9,000 going down the road, because that is what a pyramid is. For every time, so anytime I get 10 times my amount, it means 9 persons would have lost their deposit, because when it comes to them now trying to find 10 other persons, they would have lost it. So that is how a pyramid works, and that's where, so you'll have the higher echelon who start early, getting their dividends back 10 times over, but 9 other persons, for each person that gets 10 times, they are going to lose the funds. That cannot be right. So and in fact, by the way, it's against the law.
Are you saying to us that this wasn't a susu, this was a pyramid scheme? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was a pyramid scheme, because a susu is not, a susu is one where it is that if I will put X, I will put one deposit and get 10, but I will also make 9 deposits in the 9 other months and not get anything. This was one where they were telling you, if you put $10,000, we are going to give you $100,000, and then other persons have to come and join. That is a pyramid scheme, and it is not a susu. We know how pyramid schemes have worked. We cannot allow a pyramid scheme to operate in this country that would have caused thousands of young persons. The present Prime Minister, one of the few things that we agree on, he was correct. If that had continued, this could have caused a disaster, because you would have been speaking about thousands of young men losing their deposit, probably losing their opportunity to pay rent, to pay their mortgage, they'll lose their cars, they will probably turn to crime, to drugs, and that could not have been allowed. So we had to put an end to it, apart from the fact, thankfully, lawfully in this country, that is against the law. We have seen how this has destroyed and crippled hundreds of thousands of persons in India and other parts of the world. So it was a scheme, using the word correctly, and we had obviously involving members of the Defense Force and the police service, which is why there are certain persons in the higher echelon of law enforcement, certain individuals who wanted to see the back of Gary Griffith because they were involved in that type of corruption. The corruption I was able to reduce $140 million per annum in overtime, where police officers were claiming that they were working 24 hours a day, 30 days a month, and it was being signed by other officers. Then we had the firearm racket with police officers holding back firearms for persons for years and charging them and blackmailing them, or police officers using vehicles to escort persons illegally. So there were a lot of things that I did to step on the toes of the criminal elements in the police service, as small as it was. And that obviously affected big criminal enterprise in the police service.
Gary, how are you doing? This is Gary Mahabir, buddy. How are you doing? Thank you for finally joining. Yeah. I've been trying to get you a long time because see, a lot of things have been said about you, and I know, and I cannot let you know that. I mean, you was going to face some elements when you get into the force because you was going to disrupt the flow of things, and I clearly expected all this trouble that you went through, that you was going to face it. And and people don't understand. You see, I want people to understand the kind of things you had to try and change in the fall before you could even get certain things done because of what you were up against, you know. And that is where the lack of understanding. They criticize you for this and that, but they don't understand the amount of things that you have transformed in the force and put in place in order for us to revitalize the force and build that trust, you know, into the police force again, which we had obtained. You know, and we got to a certain level from where we were.
And that is why when I became Commissioner of Police, the public trust and confidence that the Trinidad and Tobago public had in the police service was 14%, 1/4. It was one of the lowest ever. On my departure, it moved to 55%, the highest ever. I think probably right now it's probably gone back to 14% because there was a lot I had to do to build public confidence and trust. I had to do immense training with police officers in understanding public relations, customer service, how to speak to citizens, make them understand that we are here to serve them, we work for them. And because of that, the citizens started believing and trusting the police officers. And then by that happening, we were able now to get more information, get more assistance, and that would assist us now to pinpoint the criminals and the perpetrators of certain crime. And so it was a win-win situation. The other things that I put in, like GPS tracking, body cameras, dashboard cameras, Operation Command Center to monitor throughout the country 24/7, all of these were checks and balances to prevent police officers from doing the wrong thing. So if a police vehicle would be parked at a specific area for 2 hours, we can monitor and realize that it means that he parked it by his girlfriend instead of patrolling. If a vehicle is going 80 miles an hour on Rice Road at 4 p.m. and we know that there's no distress call, we know he's just breaking the law, overtaking. And all of these things, it was a lot of homework I did. I met with 3 NYPD commissioners. In fact, I brought 2 into Trinidad and Tobago, Bill Bratton and Bernard Kerrick. I also brought in Mayor Rudy Giuliani into Trinidad. I know there are questionable things about Mayor Rudy Giuliani, so let's start on that.
Well, politically, but he did a good job with the crime. Yeah.
And I looked at a lot of the things from the broken window theory, certain things that he did to improve the standard of the police service. I mean, geez, God's sake, in the mid-90s, NYPD, they were known as pigs. Within 2 years, they were known as America's finest. And I intended to change the same pattern and the image of the Trinidad and Tobago police service. And it was working. You were seeing it. There was a degree of pride, confidence, passion by each and every police officer when they went out to duty. And you would have seen how it is they operated. Carnival 20, when Karen was speaking. Carnival, for example, Carnival 2020, it was the safest carnival in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. There was not one violent crime. That had nothing to do with COVID. So what Karen was speaking about is a lot I could show that she's totally incorrect. Because we had an Operation Command Center. We were looking at certain things. I looked at the New York model as how I've been to see the ball drop on a few occasions, look at the operational plan. I did the same for the Queen's Park Savannah. I turned that into a shutdown area. Anything that entered that area, you will be searched. And that is because that's where we were getting a lot of stabbings and fights and so forth. So I did a lot by piggybacking, if you want to call it cheating. I looked at the good things from NYPD, and that's what we were able to sign that agreement with them. So, and that is where we formed the gender-based violence unit, which never happened before because we had women who were being beaten, and sometimes they will make a report to a police station. The officer is not properly trained. Sometimes the officer may be a friend of her husband, and then he will go back and tell her husband, forming a gender-based Violence Unit, we got an immense increase in reports, which meant that the confidence by women feeling that they would do that, they could come across and make reports. It caused a 50% reduction in murders on women last year because of the system of that gender-based violence unit, the sexual offenses unit. I push heavily for women to have the use of pepper spray. I've been pushing heavily. In my 3 years, I gave over 600 to 800 firearms to women. Before that, I think probably 100 women would have received firearms in 10 years because I am strongly of the view that if it is that you're sound mind and body, you have legitimate reason and grounds to have a firearm, you can and should have one. People who are in this country, they do not understand. I think it's a backward degree of thinking. But 100% of all murders committed by firearms in the last 3 years were by illegal firearms. Not one firearm issued by myself was lost, stolen, used to commit a crime or for a murder. So, and many personal lives were saved. Their assets secured. Their children were not kidnapped. Their livestock was protected. Their agricultural supplies protected. So it showed the value of it. And that by those are the things I was, sometimes when you step out of your crease, you become too dynamic to try to cause positive change. It will cause a major concern by persons. The present Minister of National Security, the present Acting Commissioner of Police, they don't like change. They're like test cricket players. They like to stay in their crease, bat for the whole day like Chandapol, and then after go back into the pavilion at the end of the video with 20 runs. We need to be dynamic to ensure we have proper leadership to develop your country.
Now, Gary, there's been some discussion, and I think from you, with respect to a PM friend, a Prime Minister friend, who you issued a firearms dealer's license to. Was that person qualified for such a license?
Yeah, true. Please excuse me, I'm to walk. I just have to charge my phone. The battery is just dying.
No problem.
Yes, and that is my point. There was nothing wrong. I am not saying that Keith Rowley did anything in an incorrect manner. If it is that you're a prime minister and you believe that there's an individual who you feel is capable to have a firearm, you can contact the Commissioner of Police. There's nothing wrong with that. However, we put all the checks and balances to make sure that the person has the capability not to have a firearm. This was for him to have a firearm dealer's license. And it was done. And likewise, there were several present government ministers who contacted me and they asked if it was possible if they could acquire a firearm. But for them to get a firearm, we had to do a lot of checks and balances to ensure that it can be acquired. There's nothing wrong with that. I will get hundreds of letters from the Chaguanas, the Siparia, the business sector, and all of these business sectors, they were able to, we got the list and we looked and ensured that these individuals were capable to have a firearm. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, Mr. Griffith. No, did you ever issue any license, permit, or certificate for automatic weapons or any firearms that are prohibited under the Act 1601?
No, none at all. And that is where ignorance came in. Because people saw a 5.56, they automatically put 2 and 2 together and got 6. At no time were any automatic firearms issued to anyone. No semi-automatic weapons were ever issued to anyone. The 5.56 was single shot firearms. So it was all a lie. In fact, the first person to get the 5.56 was a government minister.
A government minister? Is that person still in government?
Yeah. He's a young fellow.
He's a young guy.
He's a young guy.
Okay.
What?
No, I just you just laughed. No, listen to this, right? We have heard that you have issued firearm license to certain individuals who ended up with more than 10 firearms for themselves. Why does a person need more than 2 firearms?
Well, in North America, more than anything, a lot of individuals have 10, 20, 30. And again, to correct the misinterpretation, if someone is a training instructor, and I am here to train persons, I will need a Glock, a SIG, a Browning, I will need a shotgun, I will need different weapons to train people, because when you get your provisional permit, you will need to go to a trainer and have that. One of those is about probably 100 certified trainers, and each trainer now that you will have to get that confirmed training after you get your provisional for you to then get your permit. So again, but what I did find out is that when I started seeing that certain individuals will be coming in, I was the one who put a stop to it, and I said, every time anyone is coming for a variation, I would like to see how many weapons the person presently has, because there will be variant situations. They could have an individual who's a businessman and may have 6 different companies in different parts of Trinidad and Tobago. So he may want to have a weapon at each specific store. That individual may also be involved in sports shooting. He may also be involved in hunting. So there would be a variety. But I tried as much as possible. The individuals who had more than 4 firearms, the numbers I think would have been less than probably 10 or 15. But again, the majority of those that would have more than 5 firearms would be trained instructors.
But Gary, why would an individual need more than 2 weapons?
But answer, hold on a second there. There is no limitation on the criminals and their access, right? And we're talking about law-abiding citizens here. Why is it a big deal, right, about how much firearm a law-abiding citizen who's trying to defend his business and his family have, but not a big deal about what the criminals carrying on out there who has no limit, no limit on what they can carry.
You just took it out of my mouth, and therein lies the problem. Fitzgerald Hines had OLEP, that's the Office of Law Enforcement Policy, in the Ministry of National Security, make the ridiculous statement, and they said that there's a massive concern of firearms that kill people in this country. So they're doing an audit to ascertain how to issue legal firearms, when not one legal firearm has ever been used to kill anyone in the last 3 years. But so it shows the mindset. I listened recently to a debate between a Jamaican female senator and a chairman in a select committee, and this man was obviously a dinosaur. He just insisted that persons should not have firearms. Here what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago. You could be 21 years old, and whether it is through your father or inheritance or good business, you could have 3 companies, and you are with 200 employees, bringing in $200,000 in cash every single night, but you are not qualified enough to have a firearm until you are 25. In the Olympics, persons are involved in this in shooting, in sports, and they from 13 and 14 they're involved in using firearms. We cannot do the same until we are 25, which virtually eliminates us when it types those types of Olympic sport. It's a mindset. We are very backward in the Caribbean, and we have this outdated thinking. So just as you speak about why the person must have more than 2. Suppose this person is a national sportsman. And he's involved in shooting for Trinidad and Tobago. Some of my security, they were involved. They will have about 5 firearms. Then there are persons who are hunters. They will need 2 or 3 different types of shotguns. Then there are persons who have businesses and different businesses in different parts of the country. I mean, from the United States, there are some individuals in every part of their house, they have a firearm in case someone raids their home. And I am not saying that we have reached to that point, or we should, but we have been spending so much time dealing with legitimate firearm, and we have not been dealing with the real issue, which is what has caused 100% of murders by firearm, which are illegal firearms.
So Gary, go ahead,
I have a question, Gary. How are you doing? And thank you for accepting the invitation. Women, we're not safe. I don't feel safe when I go to Trinidad. I have a driver take me from A to B. I remember I grew up in Burroughs time, and I could go wherever I wanted, and nobody ain't try to snatch me, not because I'm not cute, but the crime was less then. You could knock about, go here. What and then you're talking now about giving women pepper spray. I always say pepper is for pilau and soup. Don't we need more? I mean, we need something to protect. I tell them to walk with a box cutter in their bosom and let Forrest deal with it after, right? Because if you want to snatch me and carry me and do whatever you want with me and then throw me over Arepo Heights, I defended myself. You understand? And you coming at me the wrong way. How are we going to protect what are you going? Pepper spray? Pepper spray,
right.
Gary, for real?
So let me clarify. So if and when I do go political, I mean, even when with polls being done, where there was 89% national support of persons who wanted me to return as Commissioner of Police. The majority of those, I think, was probably about 50 to 60% were women. So even if I go political, I obviously that will be the majority of persons that would support me, because I understand for too long, women and children and elderly, I hate bullying. I hate when people try to take advantage of others because they feel that individual doesn't have the capability to defend themselves. And that is why I started issuing firearms to give people a fighting chance. My wife, she was heavily involved in that campaign. Nicole Diographer, a previous senator, she was heavily involved in the campaign to ensure that women can get pepper spray. We did research throughout the world. She looked at the research in Japan, Italy, different parts of the world, and it showed thousands of women, their lives were saved. The pepper spray is not to be used to season your curry duck, the pepper spray is used as an avenue for escape. Because that is what it is. It is once you put that spray and it is non-lethal. But we are hearing, imagine the Minister of Agriculture says that pepper spray is 3 times stronger than scorpion pepper. We're not using the pepper spray to season to cook up a pilau. The pepper spray is used to save lives. And then they had the audacity to state that if it is that pepper spray, you the Attorney General and the Prime Minister, very ridiculous comments stating, well, it could get in the hands of criminals. As the Commissioner of Police, I wish criminals could use pepper spray instead of a firearm, so at least if they steal things from someone, they wouldn't kill them on their way out. So to use those comments, because people will always find ways not to make things happen. And I am somebody who is very dynamic, outspoken, forward thinking. Pepper spray was one main thing that I was pushing, even as Minister of National Security and then as Commissioner of Police. Likewise, when I was pushing for women to come and apply to have a firearm, as I stated, 600 to 800 odd women, they were getting firearms from myself, when before that, women would not even bother to think of getting a firearm or applying, because it seemed to be a man thing and only men would be approved based on previous commissioners. Likewise, when I formed the gender-based violence unit, the sexual offences unit, I put the app reporting, the app on your phone, so you can press your phone in an emergency and it will immediately be registered to our operational command center for police to make an immediate response. We did online reporting for women as well, because to avoid women having to go to a police station to make a report of any violence against them by men, to prevent, to make sure that it is confidential, and by that it increased the number of reports. We started putting a lot of emphasis on perpetrators and individuals who were involved in abuse against women, children, and the elderly, have them recorded in the police station to monitor them carefully. So there was a lot that I was doing, because I saw for far too long criminal elements, they started pouncing on those persons who they felt that they had a better capability to succeed, whether it be elderly, women, and children.
Now, Gary, you said, right, when you're an individual, I said you mentioned 89%. You said, right, this is a quote, right? When you're an individual with 89% national support and appeal 2 times more than a prime minister, what survey was that which indicated?
Yeah, sure. That was the survey done by the most scientific and successful agency that is involved in polls. That was Nigel Henry on CCN. And in addition to that, to confirm that what he said was spot on, the PNM also did a poll on Gary Griffith. I found out it was 81% national support. The TTPS, we hired an independent agency. They did a similar poll. The Express did a poll on me as well. And then you will have these polls being done on a regular basis on television stations, radio stations, and it was always around the same amount, between 70 to 80%.
But Gary, the poll was never a poll comparing your popularity to the prime minister.
No, correct. But when you ask about the prime minister, are you comfortable with him as the prime minister? You will get about 40%. So yeah. I wasn't too good in maths, but I know 89 divided by 2 is.
No. But I hear you. But the poll was never a comparison to who was more popular, Gary Griffith or the Prime Minister of Trinidad.
No, you're correct. It is not a comparison, but I was speaking about the poll that was done on Gary Griffith, and 89% of the country wanted me to return as commissioner or had no issues. Just about 40%, they were comfortable with Keith Rowley as the Prime Minister. So I was just doing the maths there.
But then, Gary, let's be honest, right? International research consultant Akila Pope was hired by the TTPS to do a survey, right? And one of the surveys was on your popularity. I think they polled about 1,300 people. But don't you think if you hire someone to do a poll, they can get the results that you want them to get?
Well, again, this was an independent poll, and this poll that I am speaking about, with the 89%, was not by the TTPS, and that's my point.
Forget about that. I'm talking about the poll that was done by international.
Okay, and to show I can correct you on that, the Newsday, that is what the Newsday, the Express, the Guardian, any business sector, whether it's Answer McCall, Massey, how you as a company, an organization, a political party will understand your status unless you do a poll. And then when you do the poll and you get the results, you'll say, well, you selected the poll. But it's an independent poll, because what you're doing now is questioning the ethics and independence of the organization. But I am glad that you said to use this, because this is exactly what Keith Rowley will do all the time. Anytime he wants to have a result to his liking, he forms what is known as a committee, whether it involves FULs, whether it involves the situation with the national blackout, whether it involves the situation with the Paria disaster. So he will appoint individuals who may be closely aligned to him. He will then tell them probably what to put. They will then submit the findings to him, and then he will say, look at what we have discovered, and try to use that as something that is impartial, independent, and that is something totally different to trying to find independent pollsters to ascertain the status of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. All over the world, that is what every police service, that's what they do. They hire, they must do annual polls to ascertain their status. And at no time, because let me tell you something, had the poll been very negative, nobody would be saying anything. They would have been happy. But when the poll is positive, even Newsday, for example, Newsday jump around and say, well, this was a poll conducted by the police, so they did a poll on themselves. But the same Newsday, in a hypocritical manner, did a poll on themselves and boasted that they were the highest ranked newspaper in increased sales in the last 2 years. So, there's a saying, do so and like so.
But Gary, isn't that just proving my point, though, that they were hiring pollsters? And by the way, I did look up international research consultant Akila Pope. Do you know if she had done any survey previously? Any other type of survey similar to one done for the TTPS? Because I didn't see it.
Of course, but not the TTPS, but she has been involved in independent polls. But again, as I said, the Express, they boast about the fact that they are the #1 Express newspaper based on the polls that they did. The Trinidad and Tobago Guardian boasts that they have the highest sales in newspapers based on the polls that they did. The PNM will do their own poll and ascertain where they're going right and where they're going wrong. Same thing with the Newsday. Same thing with every single police department in the world. They will do their poll and they will reveal the findings and the facts to the country. But what is interesting is that poll done by the independent unit on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, what was done by other agencies, it was even higher than what that poll had.
So, guys, here's something else, right? We're sticking on polls here for a minute, right? If you like polls. Now, you had stated, this is your quote, right? There are many polls that are being conducted. You could throw a poll right now. 60% told me I should try to become prime minister. 30% told me to reapply as commissioner. And 10% told me to go to hell. Where's that poll?
Again, there have been polls that have been done by 102 FM, 95.5, several radio stations. I can get them all for you. And on most occasions,
really scientific. Are those scientific or non-scientific?
No, but how could you expect a scientific poll to be done by an individual who is the commissioner of police? We are speaking about something. But the point,
who conducted this poll I'm talking about?
We are speaking about several media houses on a regular basis. On some occasions, when they do call-in programs, they will look at the poll, they will look at the findings, and they will say 80% said they wanted Gary Griffith to return as commissioner. Sometimes you will have 70% want him to become the prime minister. So I am speaking about a poll, and then you have the results at the end of the night. So again, you might say the margin of error might be slightly higher based on the station itself, because some stations might be PNM, UNC, some being impartial. But the fact of the matter is that if we want to spend all our night to try to question every single poll that has been conducted because it has been positive in my favor, I don't think it would be productive.
No, Gary, I don't think this is questioning the poll, questioning all the polls. It's just asking these questions that people may want answered.
Yeah,
but
sure.
It's without a doubt that Gary was the most popular person, the most trusted person that regained the confidence of the population. And don't care how anybody wants to spin it, you cannot deny that fact.
But Gary, this is not.
You can't deny that fact.
But Gary, you can't spin. This is facts. This is what was quoted. I'm not spinning anything.
Listen, I don't care what they try to spin out there. I'm telling you.
I'm spinning nothing.
Am I causing an argument here?
No, Gary. Listen, I couldn't wait for you to come here because we had many heated discussion over you. And as I messaged you, you had to come here and state your
sure.
to defend yourself, because first of all, they say I'm your twin brother, right? And my mother found it that you are so similar with me. She said she'd have seen me and you out there because I would the actions and the way we would address things, So a lot of people like to say we are twins. But anyway, what I'm saying to you is a lot of people are trying to spin things around, and deny the fact that there is without a doubt that you were the most effective commissioner of police in the country and the most trusted one. When in a short period of time, you build the confidence of the population and offset the mischief and the wickedness was going within the force that we couldn't trust the police. You know, we had too many instances with the police so long they witnessed too many instances where the people when I make a complaint and the police so allowed them to the criminals and they were killed within hours or minutes of the complaint. I mean, and you saw that, you know more about that than me. So the trust that you built there was something that was very essential for the people in the country.
I know that there's a lot that I was doing. Yeah, I mean, I started pushing things that were never done before: polygraph testing for police officers, drug testing for police officers. The Southwestern Peninsula, we had serious concerns of police officers on the take that were turning a blind eye towards illegal drugs, weapons, and human trafficking coming from the Southwest Peninsula. I started insisting that persons in that area, in those stations, whether it be Icacos, DB, those places, that you be polygraphed. Persons who refuse to be polygraphed, I could not take disciplinary action on them, but I could transfer them and not have it on their record. So there was a lot that I was doing, but at times your hands can be tied because, remember as I said, only if it is you're in a specific unit that you can and should be polygraphed, such as Special Branch, SORT, the intelligence agencies. But I started doing it for officers who wanted to be stationed in the Southwest Peninsula as well.
Now, Mr. Griffith, here is something, right? Back in 2018, when you become Commissioner of Police, you stated, judge me based on the murder rate.
Yep,
right?
And I hope that's what you're using now, because as I said, contrast to what...
Let me finish. Right? So what I want to do now, I want to judge you based on the murder rate by the numbers, right? In 2018, when you shared the Commissioner of Police with Stephen Williams, there was 516 murders. At that time, it was the third highest murders in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. In 2019, a full year under
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have a 5-year-old nephew that is going to try to contradict you to say that, so because somebody just joined the police service, within 3 months, you're going to judge me by what happened the following year? My 5-year-old nephew, I would like to have him speak to you here, because that's what you're doing is unbelievable. You're trying to tell me that you want to speak about, and that's the same thing that Karen did. So you have the murder rate escalating. But I want to show you. You have the murder rate escalating every single year from 2007 all the way up to 2020. And I joined in August. So there's something that is ongoing throughout the country. And you want to use 500, you want to use 2019 within 3 months after I joined the police service? Really?
But Barry, it's not accurate. It's not accurate to say it was escalating, though. That's not accurate.
But you know the thing about it, what they're not taking into consideration.
I agree.
1 minute.
As soon as I left as Minister of National Security, it escalated. When I was Minister of National Security, it went down constantly. As soon as I left and Eddie Dillon replaced me, it escalated.
No, that's fine. But I just wanted to correct you. You were saying that, you know, because from 2008, it was 550 murders. That was the highest in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, right? Yeah. Now, I just wanted to finish the numbers under your watch, right? And you could respond, right? In 2018 was 516. At that point in time, it was the third highest murders in the history. In 2019, it was 538, which became the second highest, right? In 2020, it was 396, right? A lot of people said all across the world, there was a pandemic, borders were closed.
So I guess New York, New Jersey, Manhattan, Boston, LA, all of them missed that line, right? Because it seemed that the criminals missed out on that opportunity to realize, that when there's COVID, you don't kill and rape and murder and kidnap. So all of the crime that was increasing all over the United States, those criminals missed out on that golden rule that when there's COVID, you do not kill, you do not kidnap, you do not rob. I am sorry, those criminals missed that memo in the United States. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine, Gary. Let's say that's accurate. They missed.
It's not. Not let us say it is. It has been the highest spike in crime in every major crime in New York, Boston, LA, Chicago, Detroit in about 20 years. So not let us say it is a fact.
Okay.
But forcing people indoors.
Let's take it as a fact, right?
Forcing people indoors.
No, it's not. Let's take it as a fact. It is a fact.
Okay,
you should go and do the data.
It is a fact. All right. So let's go on fact. It is a fact that under your watch, Trinidad and Tobago had the second and third highest murders in its history.
Listen, I want my 5-year-old nephew to speak to you because you have to be a big man to say that. So because crime is going up in increase in 2016, 17, 18, 19, you expect the very same year, within 3 months of me being a commissioner, there would have been a drastic reduction. Come on, you've got to be more intelligent than that.
But Gary, a whole year under your watch, it became the second highest.
Listen. I really like to speak to educated people. So you're trying to tell me it's a whole year and that. If you know anything about law enforcement, because it's quite obvious you don't know the difference between a water gun and a pellet gun. When it is that you are involved in major policies to peg back criminal elements, what is going to happen is that sometimes it can cause a spike because now you are taking away their product of opportunity, such as by putting problems for them to be able to bring in more drugs, bring in more guns, put in more roadblocks, prevent them from one gang getting into another gang's area, trying to stop them from getting state contracts by government officials. So when you do that and you minimize the product of opportunity, you will cause the escalation and then it will decrease. What I'm telling you is another language because of your ignorance in law enforcement. It is the same thing that NYPD explained to me when it is that we brought in the gender-based violence unit. What it will do is that there will be a massive spike in the number of reports of domestic violence because now women will feel more comfortable. So there obviously would have been a spike because I started to minimize the product of opportunity for criminal elements. And then we would have seen in 2020 the highest reduction in crime in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, where every single crime was reduced by over 35%, to the point that on my departure in August, we were going at an average of 340 murders or less. Since I left in the last 6 months with the same COVID, so apparently the criminals decided to bypass the memo because now they decided to kill and kidnap again. Now we're at a ratio of over 600 per annum. That is the state issue one, and put that in your pipe and smoke it.
But Gary, also, I want to bring up here that
one moment.
Is that the criminals declared war on you, remember? And they said they're going to turn up the heat. Remember they said that? They was going to turn up the heat on you and it was coming for you?
Yep.
So Gary, I know this seemed to be a sore spot for you.
It's not sore spot, because I like to speak to educated people and you're just kind of like going below the bar there.
Well, I'm just a dumb professor. That's all. You know,
well, it's good. Admittance is the first sign towards rectifying the problem.
Yeah, I'm just a dumb professor. That's okay. From Chumaka Claventil, and I'm going to leave on this point here, right? All I'm saying that, Gary, is that you want to take the benefits from many of the good things that happen, but you don't want to acknowledge the difficulties that happened during your tenure. Like,
but what is the difficulty? The highest reduction in crime in the history of this country, 89% public trust and confidence. The public trust of the police service moving from 14 to 55%. That is difficulty. That is an issue.
But Anselm, in all fairness to Gary Griffith, you also had the element of the people sneaking in the borders too. So are you taking,
Really?
But yes. Well, you're not taking into consideration what he was up against. You're not taking into consideration what he was up against. You're looking at numbers.
But look, Gary Griffith just gave you guys numbers for New York.
But I'm telling you, you're just looking at numbers. You're not looking at what he was up against. You're not looking at what he was dealing with. And this is why I wanted him here, to explain to you what he was dealing with, whatever he can say.
But you see, and again, what you deal with is the public perception. The same way with NYPD, when, as I said, in the mid-90s, they were known as, and believed as pigs. But it took 3 or 4 years before there was a transformation, and they were known as America's finest. Would you tell me that Rudy Giuliani and Bernard Kerik, would anybody be a professor, would make something so stupid to say, Mayor Giuliani, Bernard Kerik, it's been a whole year and the crime still went up. This is not looking good on you. Only a foolish person would say that. You have to look at the pattern, and then you started realizing the massive reduction that was taking place, and that is where it is you have educated people that would understand that. So when it is you have public trust and confidence in the police being 14% and then moving up to 55%, that is a yardstick to measure the performance of a commissioner. When you have 89% of a country wanted him to remain as commissioner or had no issue, that is how you will measure the performance of a commissioner. When you see every single major crime reduced by over 35% on my departure, where every single murder, kidnapping, rape, grievous bodily harm, shooting went down by over 35%. And since I left, it has now been the highest spike we have seen. That is how you measure the performance of a commissioner of police, sir.
Well, We can agree to disagree.
No. You give me facts. You give me facts to counteract that.
The facts.
I just gave you Rudy Giuliani and Bernard Kerek's sit when they took over. For the first year or two, crime still continued. But then because you had to put systems and policies in place to take out the outdated system of policing that was being done before, that had police officers in New York known as pigs. It takes. So they say, well, you had a whole year to do this, but in the whole year, murders would have been taking place.
But Gary, if we go back to 2012, right, under Dwayne Gibbs and Stephen Williams, the murder rate was 383. In 2013,
that was when it is you had these people conveniently want to use state of emergency for that, and I was the national security advisor, and then when I was the minister of national security, it was a massive reduction that was going down again when I was minister of national security, with the highest reduction in all crime in 25 years. And then after I left with Eddie Dillon, it started increasing in 2016, 17, 18, 19, until 2020, when there was a massive reduction of over 140 murders less than the previous year.
So that's why I'm telling them that Stephen Williams had a minister of national security who was knows what he was doing, and the police force had a minister of national security that was supporting the police force in their efforts.
And that is where we had the problem now with the present Minister of National Security, who I worked with, Stuart Young. The poor lad, he wanted to spend more time looking like me, dressing like me, walking like me, talking like me, and not understanding his role as a minister. When we had Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival 2020, it was the safest carnival ever because I put a massive operational plan looking at the same systems used in Notting Hill, Labor Day Carnival in Brooklyn, and that is where it was the safest carnival in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, when it is that we did all of that, I got no support from the other arms of law enforcement. When we had, if you're aware, in 2020 as well, when there was the system where hundreds of young men were involved in trying to shut down the country with 30 different places, trying to burn tires and debris, and then 150 of them walking into Frederick Street with pipe and stuff to destroy Port of Spain. Not one member of the defense force came to assist the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The last time we saw something like that was in 1990, and this is no fault of the defense force, but the Minister of National Security not understanding this is when you trigger the support of the defense force. When we had the nationwide blackout, not one member of the defense force came out. The chief of defense staff said they were on standby. When will you come and sit by? You had a nationwide blackout. That is when you need to bring out all of the buses from the police service, the fire service, prisons to take out the hundreds of women, elderly, children who were stranded all over the country because persons stopped using their vehicles because they didn't know what was the status. And those are the type of things that I understood as a Minister of National Security, and then I knew what to do operational as a Commissioner of Police. So now I know what a Prime Minister should do. And this Prime Minister did not understand his role and function in dealing with national security. Because if you listen to his comment yesterday, he stated that Gary Griffith was bypassing the minister. So Stuart Young cried like a baby to the Prime Minister that Gary was bypassing me. I have worked with 3 Prime Ministers as their right hand: Patrick Manning, Basdio Pandey, and Kamala Persad-Bissessar. And the Commissioner of Police will interact with them on an almost weekly basis. As the National Security Minister, I would have seen Stephen Williams once every 2 months or so. But the Prime Minister would have seen him every week. But Stuart Young decided to cry like a baby to give Keith Rowley false information because he did not understand that a Commissioner of Police is not like a state board chairman who just needs to report to a minister. A commissioner needs to speak to the Prime Minister, similar to the NYPD commissioner meeting with the mayor on a regular basis, because you have to deal with situations pertaining to the Ministry of Health, dealing with COVID, dealing with the Ministry of Tourism if it has carnival, dealing with the Ministry of Education with school violence, dealing with the Ministry of Social Development. And that is where the Prime Minister does not understand. So when he used that as one of his avenues to state that he was upset with my performance, it is because of his ignorance in understanding his role and function as a Prime Minister.
Well,
Gary Griffith, I have a question. Gary, I have a question for Mr. Griffith.
Go ahead.
Sure.
With all the polls they said were favorable, you were well liked and people wanted you to return. Yet Dr. Rowley came out and said he had lost confidence in you. What do you think triggered that statement?
Well, but what's interesting is to show the hypocrisy and to show that Keith Rowley has misled the country. He is stating that. Yet in March last year, I challenged Dr. Rowley to state if he did not inform his cabinet along the line that he said if he could get 10 Gary Griffiths, he could transform the country and improve it. This is not the same Keith Rowley in April last year that directed the Attorney General to amend the law so that when my term ended in August last year, I will continue to act as Commissioner of Police. So how could you have all of these concerns about Gary Griffith, yet you rushed to amend the law to ensure that I did not leave? It had nothing to do with anything else because he and I were on very good terms. We were communicating on a regular basis, several times a day on the telephone, especially when Minister Young left as the minister because he wanted to be the minister of everything. So he wanted to be the Dan, and that's why he was upset and concerned that the Prime Minister and I would be interacting on a regular basis. When Minister Hines, who really didn't know anything that was going on, he stayed in his office. The Prime Minister and I will communicate on a regular basis, dealing with all sort of different things pertaining to national security, as a Prime Minister should. So when you look at all of these things, you'd have seen how he and I were communicating with each other in the opening of the Coroner station, the comments he made. So this had nothing to do with it because up until April last year, which was just and he was communicating with me up until July, there was no concern about him being disappointed in me. And to try to use the red herring about trying to state that how I speak to persons, show me where it is that I would have done that. The Prime Minister made an error in judgment because he was not advised by his legal advisors in cabinet that the police service cannot arrest anyone in their home because he did not understand that public health regulations did not allow police officers to go into the homes of persons to arrest them. And I had no intention to breach the constitutional rights of citizens. So with all of that, when the Prime Minister, all that he could have done and should have done if he had a change of heart because there was a concern about my popularity, he just had to reject me in Parliament. But he did not want to do that because there was a need for a massive orchestrated character assassination plan on Gary Griffith, which is what he did. You try to appoint civilians who have no training in forensic capability for the investigation of firearms. You have them write a report littered with it is alleged, it is rumored, and then you take that and try to use that as an avenue and an excuse to justify removing someone that the whole country, the majority wanted back as commissioner. So Keith Rowley disregarded the crime stats. He disregarded the fact that crime was going down. He disregarded the public trust and confidence in the police increasing to 55%. He disregarded the fact that 89% wanted me back. He ignored all of that because of his own personal view. That cannot be leadership, ladies and gentlemen. Leadership involves that you are not doing what is right for you, but what is right for the greater good of the country.
Now, Mr. Griffith, there was an incident that happened with Philip Edward Alexander and David Welch at the Red House. David Welch was tossed into a police van and he was taken to a police station he was arrested for, I think they say he was protesting. And Mr. Philip Edward Alexander did the same thing and he was treated with kid gloves. Did Mr. Philip Alexander get special treatment that was not afforded to David Welch?
No, if you are aware of that, what you should have done is to report that to the Police Complaint Authority, and the Police Complaint Authority would have taken decisive action on the police officers. Do you know for a fact that if you know that, Philip, all that you need to do is to write? Because one thing is good for Trinidad and Tobago, and it seems that you have Trinidad and Tobago roots, rum shop talk, as an avenue to try to divert attention from fact. So you heard one thing and you heard the other. Were you there? Do you have evidence? Do you have witnesses?
There was a video. Two videos.
Bro, can you show the video to show that one person did something wrong and the other person did the exact thing and he was not? And if you can, you send it to the PC and the PC will take action on the officers who were there at the time. So to try to come tonight with isolated incidents of police wrongdoing because of one or two officers doing the wrong thing, you're barking up the wrong tree, and your avenue of trying to use diversion it is not going to work. You're wasting a lot of precious time. You're wasting a lot of time of things that could be done towards the development of Trinidad and Tobago. You decide to spend your time. You have just wasted 23 seconds of your life and mine speaking about Philip Alexander.
No, but it happened, Gary. And well,
if you know it happened, so what you need to do, did you write to the Police Complaint Authority to report it so that the police officers could be disciplined?
All right, send me the address so I could write to them.
I will send it to you. I will send it to you. Yeah, I will send it to you.
I'll write to them. Right?
Yeah,
But you don't have an
and send the
opinion
video,
on that, right?
and you send the video as well, because if you recall, the highest number of police officers that were suspended, arrested, even police officers I got police officers arrested for kidnapping. When we started cracking kidnapping for ransom came to an end, because it was the first time we started arresting persons and rescuing persons whilst being held by kidnappers. Before, all that the police would have been doing was just paying the ransom. So with all of these things being done, obviously I had a no nonsense approach with police officers involved in wrongdoing, which is why there would have been many of them that would have been happy to see my back, and they would have whispered in the ears of politicians, and the politicians, in a very gullible manner, would have accepted it, because those police officers may have a PNM party card. And now the bloodshed that the country is seeing now. One thing that sometimes people, who do you give credit for or discredit based on crime? The Commissioner of Police, the Minister of National Security? I think it's the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister should have been credited for making a bold decision to appoint somebody like myself, when it was a chance he took. But that chance was probably one of the main things they used in their manifesto in 2020. It was the first time a commissioner of police was in a manifesto of a political party, because that was one of their main things that they achieved, that the vast majority of the country appreciated. So the same way that he should be credited because of his decision to appoint me, that may have led towards the highest increase in public trust and confidence in the police service, and the highest decrease that we'd have seen in crime, he must also be held responsible for going out of his way to remove me, which may have become a byproduct of the heavy bloodshed that is going through the streets at this time. So Keith Rowley must be fully responsible for what is happening in this country right now, where crime is at its highest in probably 15 years.
One of the things I want to say is I see you getting blamed for national security failing at our borders, because the failure on the borders is what increased some of your problems to deal with as police commissioner.
Yeah, but and that's where people are very ignorant. Anything that pertains, and this was the first commissioner of police in 25 years that reignited the Marine branch to assist in that problem. That wasn't.
Thank you for taking that suggestion.
That wasn't my responsibility, but I saw the importance of it, because there were gaps, and it wasn't to say that the Coast Guard, they were not doing their job. It is to complement the Coast Guard. So that is where. So when I formed over 100 policies, as I said, the gender-based violence unit, the sexual offences unit, the covert operative unit, the maritime branch, the National Operation Command Center, the Commissioner's Command Center, GPS tracking on all police vehicles, dashboard cameras on police vehicles, change in uniform, the Special Operation Response Team, putting an end to kidnapping, dealing with all of the different issues, having online reporting, app reporting, tasers, pepper spray, hundreds upon hundreds of policies that played a very big part towards the massive transformation in the police service that led to the public moving from 14% to 55%.
Mr. Griffith, do you regret calling people cockroaches in Trinidad and Tobago?
Yeah, I do, because cockroaches. A cockroach is really an animal that is an insect that will go on your food and could cause you harm, but they do it not intentionally. When someone picks up a gun to rape your wife, or to kill you, or to kidnap your son, they are worse than cockroaches. So if you, exactly. And I would long for the day, and I hope to God that you will never experience the situation that many people in this country have experienced when someone has raped their wife, kidnapped their daughter, or killed their son. What would you call them? If someone did that to you, heaven forbid. So before you decide to come with that nonsense, we have a situation in this country of trying to trivialize and try to support criminal elements in this country. We have cold-blooded murderers that kill people, that rape people, and your biggest concern is about calling them cockroaches. So you see where your support lies, sir.
Okay.
Well, if you become a parasite of society, I don't see anything about, you come
I am telling you, sir, heaven forbid, if somebody rapes your wife or kills your son, you will have an issue calling that person a cockroach, yes or no?
In front of your face,
I will
answer the question.
I will
until
not
it gets home. But you
will not call an individual a cockroach.
Well, all right, well, brother, well, that is you. If somebody decides to do any harm to any law-abiding citizen, to kill them or rape them, I see them as a cockroach, a low-life person that tries to take away the life of an individual. We have thousands of citizens in this country, families who have suffered because of criminal elements, who have killed, who have raped, who have kidnapped, and your concern is what we refer to them as? Wow.
Well, Gary, Mr. Griffith, people are kind of concerned that, for you as Commissioner of Police, right, when you attach cockroaches, it might be attached to people who look like me. you know, and you call them
Well, sir, if you have such an inferiority complex to try to label a cockroach based on someone's ethnic composition or race or religion, it says a lot about your intelligence. Because I am speaking about somebody who rapes. If you could automatically transcend that into race, that says a lot about you, not me.
Okay.
But how can we say that because the majority of the police forces of Afro descendants?
But it's
exactly,
not
it's totally
only
total
Afro.
stupidity. I mean, to make a comment like that. For you to automatically say that anybody who kills somebody is the person is an Afro-Trinidadian, it says a lot about your mindset.
I never said that.
You are trying. You need to emancipate yourself from mental slavery, pal.
Mr. Griffith, you cannot put words in my mouth. I never said anything about Afro-Trinidadians. I never said that.
So you tell me what you said. Well, you clarify then. You expand.
I asked you simply a question.
And I am asking you, please expand and clarify what you're trying to say.
And then you asked me, if certain things happen, would I call those people a cockroach? And I said, no. I never said anything about Afro-Trinidadians.
Yes, you started speaking about it will be identified to a specific group. You spoke along that line.
A specific group. That could be any group.
Sir, you said people that look like you. Please clarify then. Let me put you on the spot. Let me put you on the spot to expose what you just said. You said people that look like you. So please clarify what you said then.
People that look like me are black people.
Well, you just admitted what I just said. So you just contradicted yourself. So what I said, you said you never said it. But you did. You said people that look like you.
No, you said that I said Afro-Trinidadians.
But you just admitted it to yourself. You just said people that look like you. So what do you mean by that?
Black people.
But then you just admitted. You now said what I said is true.
But in all fairness, gentlemen, the criminal elements are not always Afro-Trinidadian.
And that is just the point. For somebody to make a comment like that, it shows your mindset that people like yourself are the ones who cause the biggest problems in the development of a country, to automatically profile a whole race because of your personal view. That is what makes life difficult for us to build a country.
But
then again, you're not holding a
post. When you said that word, they were trying to accuse you of calling certain people that name, and that is what I disagree.
Yeah, but it was what Anselm said. Anselm said people that look like him, and then when I say Afro-Trinidadians, he says I never said that. I said, what do you mean? I mean black people. You stop contradicting yourself.
But the statement wasn't meant.
Are not all black.
Yeah, but Anselm, I told you when Gary said it wasn't meant black in any particular race.
All right, sorry. There are some Afro-Trinidadians that are white. Sorry.
No, they're Afro. They're people. They're Indians who consider themselves blacks.
Oh God, listen, whether it's Afro, whether it's Indians or Africans, the fact of the matter is that you are the ones who spoke race, because that is all in your head. I am speaking about cold-blooded killers who rape people, who kill people, who kidnap people. Those persons are seen as leeches in our society, and they have continued to cause havoc. And my job was to defend the law-abiding citizens. Yours is to make sure that you don't call them names. So you and I have two totally different jobs.
And that's fine. That's fine. Question from the chat.
We're approaching the top of the hour, answer.
Yeah. Before you go, chat. Question from the chat. What's your thoughts on Hines saying that he's not there to protect citizens?
Sorry, who said this?
Hines saying that he's not there.
It is Minister Hines was on OJT under Patrick Manning for decades, and Patrick Manning knew why. The man does not have a clue. I listened to him. He continues to make comments. This is the individual that when he spends more time trying to deal with legal firearms, not getting in the hands of law-abiding citizens, than dealing with criminal elements who have illegal firearms. So when a minister does not understand his role and function, how can you expect him to perform? He has proven to be the biggest failure in this present cabinet, the biggest failure in all ministers in national security. And I mean, this is by even the most diehard PNM supporter. Anytime he opens his mouth, one of the biggest concerns I have with Minister Hines, it is not his competence, because it is obvious that he is incompetent. But my concern is that not everyone may have the ability to be dynamic, productive, proactive. My concern is when you as a minister spend all of your time going and attacking the UNC and showing hate and fire and venom. How could you swear an oath to say that you want to serve the country when you spend all of your time trying to demonize and show hate for half of the country? That cannot be a good politician. That cannot be a servant to the country. When I was Minister of National Security, I actually resigned from the UNC because I always believed that a Prime Minister, an Attorney General, and a Minister of National Security must be as impartial as possible, not in any way try to put yourself in a position where you will show political bias, because anytime you do that, the country will suffer. If politicians start understanding, all you need to do is to do the right things and the votes will come.
So, Mr. Griffith, just stay with us for one more minute, and we're going to go for a quick station identification.
Gary, grab a drink of water, brother.
Okay.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Back with you. It's in the village with the DAC triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us tonight no other than former Commissioner of Police, Mr. Gary Griffith, and he has joined us tonight, and we're having a very nice, fantabulous, splendiferous discussion. Mr. Griffith, here's a question from the chat. Good night, sure. Mr. Griffith. What did you do to assist stranded citizens during the time when they were crying out for help and were begging for assistance from people back home?
When you say stranded citizens, what you mean because of the COVID situation? Yeah, well, unfortunately, that is a government policy. There's nothing that a commissioner of police has any authority or input to do. If at any time I try to intervene in any way, I would have been going outside my role and function. When we had the problems with many citizens being stranded, inclusive of my son and my wife. My son was actually on a football scholarship in the United Kingdom, and many persons were stranded, and I understood how they felt. But that is something, anytime a commissioner of police gets involved in trying to deal with government policy and regulations, now he's stepping out of his bounds as commissioner of police. A commissioner of police must know his place.
Now, Mr. Griffith, you have also said that you're going after the Prime Minister's position. Is that correct?
Well, my point being is that I have been a National Security Advisor, Minister of National Security, Commissioner of Police. I was the first Trinidadian to get a UN Peacekeeping Medal. I've been involved as a military attaché for presidents, prime ministers. I will continue to do what is required to serve my country in the best way possible. If it is that there's a demand by persons for me to vie for political office and there's a request for me to be a political leader, what I do it to win. And what I am definitely not a coward. You know, most times political leaders, Keith Rowley will never decide to go up for a seat in Sipario. Kamala Persad-Bissessar will never go up for a Laventille seat. I am not here to look for what is the easy way out. If it is that I intend to go up into politics, I go straight for the belly of the beast. I will go for Keith Rowley's seat, take him on mano a mano, and challenge him and let the country see who is the better person, who is the better leader, who is the better servant.
Go ahead.
Mr. Griffith, there was some concerns about the 7.3 million turf. Can you give us any update about that?
Yeah, sure. It was a totally false, misleading, and mischievous article, yet again. There were 3 sporting fields, not one. The 3 sporting fields combined is what put up that $7 million, inclusive of a pavilion. So the AstroTurf that she spoke about, that AstroTurf cost just about $1.2 million. The similar AstroTurf in Tacarigua, that at the National Hockey Center, cost 10 times that amount. And so when you look at that cost, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Sports Club, what is going to happen now, because of how you see the St. James Barracks, whereas before Stephen Williams had it as a graveyard with 500 vehicles, and it was a despicable scene. Now you have something in an environment now that young persons throughout the community can play sport in a safe, secure environment on a proper field. It is going to help our national senior teams train. It is going to help the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Sports Club, because now they're putting up billboards. They are going to be making millions in advertisements that the police service can now use to assist in the development and the assistance of police officers. And this is, as I said, it's going to help national teams, and more so with sport. Every single government we have in this country has not understood the importance of sport. If and when I get back into politics, I intend to make sport a major ministry. In Europe, sport is a core curricular activity where we go into Caribbean countries, well, not even Jamaica, most like Trinidad and Tobago, we see it as an extracurricular activity. Our national teams are always, they never have a cent, they cannot train, they do not have the facilities, they do not have the funding. But then when they win, all of the politicians turn up at the airport and want to put their name on a plane or give them a house. Our national sportsmen need the support before. Additionally, what happens is that people do not understand, inclusive of that article, the importance that police services use in trying to interact with young persons. You do it through sport. If you recall the Commissioner's Cup, it was the first time that the police service had a sporting event where we were able to build the community, build young men to work together, to play together, get the community to go against the community and get them to support each other instead of trying to see you as being a competitor or a fellow gang member. And then with sport, it brings the development of young persons in character traits that can help them in life: leadership, tactics, punctuality, uniformity, getting the job done. And with all of those things, that is what is really important of sport. And what the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service did is no different to many police services around the world. It's just that people like Denise Wren never kicked a lime in her life, and she was working on behalf of certain persons who are politicians that were trying their best to discredit me with lies.
So Gary, there were some inaccuracies regarding where they said that this contract was separated by millions in order to bypass certain information regarding procurement. It was separated into like millions of dollars where you would have.
Yeah, and again, no, if that was true, would you not think that the 25 persons in the finance department of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, who were the ones that would have signed off on all of these things before it reached to me for final signature, that all of them would have been fired? This is total nonsense. And so when it is that Denise Wren writes stories about stating that laws were broken, there's no such law. And the thing about it is that everything that was done, so say for example, we formed the Marine branch. There are 3 types of vessels that we would use. You have to use different tenders for different vessels. That is not trying to cut up the tenders. So when it says you look at the nonsense that they spoke about, it was deliberate mischief because of my proactivity in doing so much to transform the police service.
Mm-hmm. So Mr. Griffith, what do you think about the 2 songs that were written about you by Dwayne O'Connor and the other one, Triple G?
Yeah, well, I like the second one. The one with Dwayne O'Connor was flat, it was boring, it was useless, it was desperate. But again,
isn't that because he was a police and you have not something there?
No, he's a suspended police officer. But there's a point I want to show on that. There's a point I want to show on that. When we have police officers or soldiers trying to show their political allegiance, it does very little to build public trust and confidence in the police service. Because when it is you are boasting and put on front page, I'm a PNM till I'm dead, and I will be a loyal supporter to the PNM. And then you're in a roadblock, and then people might see you deliberately allow a government minister to leave, or you try to arrest an opposition member of parliament. You cannot be a police officer that will be openly making statements to show allegiance to a political party. I was cleaning up the police service to put an end to this nonsense. So when you have this individual in his typical manner trying to attack a previous commissioner of police, it says a lot about his character and what he is and who he is. But that is why he remains as a suspended police officer. But as it pertains, and the thing about it is that with songs, the day they stop writing songs about Gary Griffith is when I'll be concerned, because my job is to do things. Their job is to make songs about me doing things.
So Gary, we can look forward to you in 2025 with a new party and you at the head, trying to go head to head with the PNM and the UNC, correct?
Well, it is quite possible. As I said, we think that there's a space there, a void with over 300,000 persons that they are looking for an option. They're looking for a viable alternative. And one of the things, as I mentioned, is that we need to have a government that is prepared to diminish the powers of a government. The Constitution was set up in 1976 in such a way to ensure total control that a government would have. And that is what happens all the time. Kamala Prasad Bissessar boasted about 2 terms in office, the right for recall. As soon as she got in power, she did the same thing that the PNM did. Because when you get in that authority, you appoint your Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate. You are getting them to ensure that you can muzzle the opposition. So you basically what it is Trinidad and Tobago is dictatorship via democracy. We have to put an end to it because it does not help the country. When you have all members of your state board, all of them being appointed by the government, it opens the window for corruption because there are no checks and balances. Nobody knows what is going on. So as a political party, as a possible government, we intend to make sure that the opposition has a very big part to play to make sure that there are checks and balances for government at any time.
So, Mr. Griffith, I know that you see the Prime Minister quite often and you guys still have discussions. You guys still talk?
No, he shut me down. He actually blocked me, which shows immaturity at the highest level. but again, that is the individual. When you recall Patrick Manning's comment that when he doesn't have his way, he sees hate, he sees animosity, he sees a man totally out of control. You have to be mature. If you have an issue with someone, you come forward and you speak to them, and let's deal with it mano a mano, like two big men. You don't operate like Stuart Young, who will run and cry to him that Gary is bypassing me to speak to you all the time, or you don't get upset and then you do not want to speak to me and block me. If Keith Rowley had a concern about me, he should have spoken to me, let me hear what is happening, and then we move on. Because the fact of the matter is that I never reapplied to be Commissioner of Police. The only reason I did so was because Keith Rowley amended the law for me to act, which showed totally that he wanted me to return. And the fact of that 89% of the country asked me to return. So that was the only reason. I didn't put it in my contract as a clause for it to be renewed. So the fact of the matter is that if Keith Rowley had a concern, he could have just spoken to me because by right, the Prime Minister must have a very big part to play in the appointment of the Commissioner of Police. If he makes the right appointment and crime goes down, he takes full credit. If he decides to remove the Commissioner and crime goes up, he must take full responsibility, which he should be doing at this time.
But Mr. Griffith, last question before you go, right?
I have one question.
Why do you always call people names when they disagree with you?
Well, again, you must not take it personally. I mean, I have people are too thin-skinned in this country. You can't be a politician. You can't be involved in public debate and you have an issue. And because when you look at it, we're not as interested. The people who say this, let us look at what is stated about me on threads. Because you have the PNM till there and I'm born a UNC and I will die a UNC. It is when I bring facts, I bring data, I bring statistics. You can't debate it. You can't question it. So what you then turn to, why you don't shut his mouth? He's just a puppet. Oh God, why this man don't shut up? Why you don't go from here? That shows the level of the individuals because they cannot debate. So if you can say all these things about me, why can't I make a comment about you? It's not for the faint-hearted, but nobody must take it personally. I mean, I have no enemies. That's why I said in the same way, I hold no animosity for Keith Rowley. I feel sorry for him. I'm disappointed in him. I expected better from him because I thought on that day when he was first sworn in as Prime Minister in 2015, I saw an individual there that looked like he must realize now this is for country. But after a couple of years, he just went back to the Keith Rowley of old, just like Fitzgerald Hines. Everything is about politics. I have no intention, people, to get into politics to spend most of my time attacking the PNM or attacking the UNC. They have been weighed, measured, and found wanted. What I intend to do is to show policies, show programs, show things that can be done to improve the standard of living for each and every citizen in this great country. That is my job. So you're going to see a different type of politics, not spending time going on a platform on a Monday night forum or Prime Minister spending his time and then trying to bad talk the UNC, and then you have the government minister making a sign to tell everybody to applaud. That is what has caused hate, division in this country. And so whereas these political parties have done all in their power using the race card to maintain their base to cause hate and division, my objective is to cause unity.
So,
Gary had a question.
Yeah, so here in the US, we established the Homeland Security unit here, to serve the government, to bring all agencies under one blanket in emergency issues. And this is something, I know you had set up the National Operations Center that was under you. And yeah. I felt that could play a major role in the Paria situation with the divers there. Because what I saw was a lack of collaboration with bringing resources together, in response. The response was very poor on the government side. I saw the Coast Guard fall down on the job. I saw the Coast Guard not being trained and equipped to respond. Now, Karen was saying, "Oh, the Coast Guard is not supposed to be diving welders." So that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about having our Coast Guard equipped to respond to such emergencies, because they are the watchers of our sea and in our coast, and then it should be the official team responding. So I would like to see the National Operations Center come in that when we have such an emergency, that we can bring all the resources, whether it's the Coast Guard, the regiment, and the police, under some kind of a blanket, so that we work together in our response.
What I could, and again, this might affect some persons who might be PNM diehard supporters or the UNC.
Well, we ain't care about that. You go ahead, lay it down.
Yeah, both governments have destroyed the national security apparatus for the last decade. Patrick Manning did a lot. The man was thinking outside the box. When Patrick Manning formed the Special Anti-Crime Unit, SAUTT, when he was, so he bought in the Goodyear blimps, because he probably didn't know about drones being used at the time. But it showed outward thinking, bringing in the helicopters in the for SORT, looking to acquire OPVs. The man was thinking out of the box. Since then, 15 years later, neither the UNC or the PNM have done not one thing in comparison to what Patrick Manning was doing. And when the UNC took over, you saw the bitterness and the animosity, shut down SORT, shut down the OPPs, shut down the every single thing that Patrick Manning had. And that is where I, as a national security advisor, I did cost-benefit analysis. Granted that the OPVs were being purchased at $800 million. When I looked at the cost for the similar OPVs in Colombia, Korea, and Israel, we were getting it for $400 million. When you type BAE/corruption, you will see the 17 countries had BAE in court for paying kickback to government officials. There were defects in the OPVs, because Patrick Manning was actually using the OPVs to secure our exclusive economic zone and a pipeline that was being planned from Trinidad all the way up to Jamaica. But granted, you don't just throw the baby with the bathwater. And then when the UNC got into power, I formed the National Security Special Operation Group, because I realized the only way for me to get back to what Patrick Manning was doing, because he was on track, was for me to do the same thing, but just change the name so it would be approved by the government. So instead of SORT, I formed the National Security Special Operation Group. Instead of the OPVs, I was able to acquire the Damen vessels from Holland. And then we started seeing the difference, which is why me as National Security Minister, it was the lowest number of overall crime in 25 years. As soon as the UNC left, Eddie Dillon came in. He took the Damen vessels. They all remained stored there in Stobles for 5 years untouched. The National Security Special Operation Group was shut down, and everything again went back to the same nonsense. When I became Commissioner of Police, I brought SORT. It wasn't accidental. I named it SORT. SORT was used to replicate SAUTT, just using a different name, and it was the same type of unit. And that unit was instrumental. It put fear into the criminals. They were instrumental to stop kidnapping, to go after the the criminals where persons would not want to go. And they provided a support element for other arms of the police service. And then going back to the National Operations Center, that NOC was something, not just a Gary Griffith child that I just brainstormed. This was something that came about from the Commission of Inquiry into the attempted coup, when they realized that in 1990, the Special Branch, the SIA, the Defense Force, everyone had a bit of intelligence, and they did not be able to mesh it together to look at the puzzle to understand what was happening. Had there been a National Operations Center, they said that 1990 would not have taken place. So when we formed the NOC, it was to deal with any natural or man-made disaster. As soon as Eddie Dillon and the PNM came in power, they took the NOC and transferred it to the SSA. The SSA is primarily for intelligence gathering. That is a $75 million US system that is able to monitor the country, look at all the roads, deal with traffic congestion, deal with floods, deal with natural and man-made disaster, deal with carnival, deal with any major event. So when we had the 150 men coming down Frederick Street to destroy Port of Spain, the NOC should have been ignited. When we had the national blackout, the NOC has a communication base, because I copied it from something that is known as COBRA in the United Kingdom, the Cabinet Operation Briefing Room. I also went to New York City and looked at the system that they use in Times Square for the ball to drop. After 9/11, they lifted and formed a similar type operational command center, and also a mobile operational command center to land on ground zero if there's any natural or man-made disaster. all of these things collapse, and that is where we started having many issues with. But if you have that, you will get different arms of the protective services working together, communicating. So when we now look at the nationwide blackout, we have a Minister of Communication, gentleman, lady, that not one person has ever seen or heard from him because he has never communicated. He doesn't even know that is the communication platform that should have been used to pump information throughout the country every 15 minutes to let them know what was happening, because there was no electricity, no water, people were not getting fuel, there were no telephones working. The country that could cause panic, it could cause riots, and that is where it was supposed to work. Stuart Young, in a foolish manner, decided to let TNTech be the agency that will update the public. So every 2 hours, TNTech just kept saying electricity will come back shortly. And then when we turn now to the Paria situation, had that National Operations Center been effective, you would have been getting arms from representatives from the Ministry of Energy, Paria, the Coast Guard. Immediately will be getting information in real time for an immediate operational plan to see what could have been done. So I'm not saying they would have been saved, but it would have played a big part in minimizing the flaws that took place with everybody running around like headless chickens. We're getting reports of people directing other persons. They're not to go into the water because there was no leadership. There was a vacuum because of the lack of communication, because of the failure of this government to utilize the National Operations Center.
That's how I see it clearly, and I can understand. I mean, we could have even called for help from Puerto Rico. The Venezuelans right there, pretty much equipped. But the Southern Command of the United States military always supported us. I mean, there's no attempt to reach out to them to say, well, we needed help. I mean, and also we had several people in the country who've been skilled in diving, could have assisted if the call was made.
Yeah, but I said, because there was no leadership, there was no coordination, there was no cohesion. Nobody had the capability to understand, this is what we need to do, let us do it. Everybody sat back and they kept waiting and waiting and waiting while the clock was ticking, and lives were at risk.
And that's the thing about when you're underwater, oxygen is running out, and you can't be wasting time. You have to move.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Mr. Griffith, here's a question from the chat. Can you ask the former COP, how can we stop the guns coming in from the legal ports?
Sure. Brilliant question, because we keep hearing a lot, especially from PNM supporters, when they say that we shut down the OPVs and that is what is causing the illegal guns from entering the country. Over 95% of the illegal guns that enter our country come through the legitimate ports of entry, not the illegal ports of entry. What comes through our from the mainland to Trinidad and Tobago would be very old musket-type weapons. The sophisticated assault rifles that the criminals have in this country, they come through the ports of entry. So more so from Miami. So anything that enters Miami, a matchstick could go through every container, they will be checking it. However, when it leaves Miami, they don't care, and they're quite right, which is why I met with the police chief in Miami for us to form an agreement, for us to have a better understanding, to look and see how we can pinpoint the perpetrators in Trinidad who lays with persons in Miami and also New York, so of shipments of goods that leave those ports to get into Trinidad and Tobago. But again, it goes back to the failure by this government to do what is required. As a political party, I know the importance of our borders. The importance of the borders is not an OPP, because you're not going to put a 70-meter vessel to patrol waters that are just 5 miles distance between land. The OPP would have been out to 12 to 200 miles, which is known as your exclusive economic zone. So the important aspect to deal with securing our borders would be legitimate ports of entry. This government in 2015 lied to the country when they said they were going to form a border protection unit. For 7 years, they refused to do so. When I became Commissioner of Police, I understood the importance of it, and it was drafted by the police service. I did a lot of work to make it happen. I submitted it to the government, and they refused. That border protection unit is similar to what you will see at Miami Airport, JFK Airport, and the airports, because you can't have the customs alone dealing with it, because you will always have some corrupt element in every arm of law enforcement. So if on that one night there's that one corrupt customs officer and that corrupt stevedore and that corrupt security guard that is by the gate, he's going to allow a container to leave. I don't know if you're aware, but we have several containers that disappear every year in this country. So when the police sees 800 firearms every year, That's about 8,000 firearms in 10 years. In one night, a container could have 10,000 firearms and it could spread throughout the country. That shows how important it is to secure our borders. That border protection unit that I drafted would ensure that they are represented from the police, from the defense force, from the immigration, from the customs, all being properly polygraphed, monitoring each other, one guards guarding the guards, covert operatives, and then using the scanners to make sure that every single container that gets out into the public is thoroughly checked. That is the best way for us. When we do that, it is going to stop illegal entry or greatly minimize illegal entry of weapons. And with that now, it will greatly reduce murders in this country. So when you speak about, Anselm, about murders going up, how could a commissioner of police try to stop murders if it is that you have an open door policy for weapons to enter the country illegally? It made it very difficult for me as a commissioner of police. It also made it very difficult for me when this government, just like the last government, saw it fit to give contracts to gang members. The more you feed these gangs, the more they were using their profit to purchase more guns, to buy more cocaine that Karen was speaking about, to sell, to hire more young men, to put hits on other gang members to get their drug blocks, and that was causing an increase in crime. All of these things have to do with government policies and the political will, which is why I am moving in the direction politically to make this a better country.
But Gary, you said, this is what you said, you knew coming in what were the difficulties you were facing, and you said, judge me based on the murder toll. That's what you said.
And that is why I want to stick to it, because on my departure, it was the highest reduction in murders in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, 35%. So even though I spoke about the things that the government would have been doing to make it difficult for me, the results are still there to show, whether you like it or not, brother man.
But he was also setting a goal, Anselm, and then the other ingredients came into play that he was up against, and these are the things that are not taken into consideration. What he was up against, he lacked the support that he needed, from
and again, there was a reduction. You're speaking about 540, then we went down to 390, 140 plus. At the end of last year, up until when my departure, we were going at every month in January was 25, February 27, March 25. We were going, and then when you multiply that by 12, we were going just about 320 murders. So when I left in August, we were on ratio for 320 to 330 murders for the year, which would have been probably the lowest in 10, 15 years. On my departure, we got 77 in November, 60-something in October, 70 odd in September, 60 odd in December. That's how it went up to 440. So my point is, we moved from 540 odd. We then moved to 390. Last year it would have been 320. The following year, so what I was doing was gradually cutting it back by 10% every single year. So eventually we would have reached under 200 murders, which would have been deemed acceptable. We were on track. Now we're going right back. And if we continue, it could get back to over 600.
Now here's one last question from the chat. It says, question for Gigi. If you were PM or win seats in the next general election under your party, will you have the towers on the coast left by the U.S. military built and used?
Sorry, if I were allowed I didn't.
Some towers, the Coast Guard left, the towers on the coast left by the U.S. military rebuilt and used.
No. I think we have passed the stage of towers and so forth. What is used now to man your coastline will be drones, which are the things that I also put in place for this government, and they ignored it because of their lack of understanding technology. So whereas Patrick Manning had his Goodyear blimp, what we had and set, and the police were purchasing that would have been drones. The drones would have been able to fly 2 miles high. It could turn night into day. It could lock onto any vessel that will be coming into our borders. So if a matchstick is getting into our waters, we'll be able to lock onto it, see which vehicle will be linked on, see what police officers will be on the take. All of these things we set. All of these things were part of budget or things I put in the budget allocation to lock and secure our borders. Likewise, there are cameras now that you can put in Trinidad and Tobago, and you can see Venezuela. You can pinpoint and lock onto any vessel that enters our waters by these type of cameras. So cameras that we had requests for that would have been able to pinpoint any vessel entering our shores from the South American mainland. Drones, in addition, and that is why the third element would have been the vessels from the Trinidad and Tobago Marine Unit. So you have the drones locking onto the vessels, the Marine Unit will now intercept, and you have the cameras picking up what is coming in from the mainland. That is how you secure your borders, not trying to get an OPV that was worth 400 million more than the actual cost, because the OPVs would have never patrolled between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela.
And
So last
the
two
smaller
questions from the
vessels is
chat.
what you could have utilized to cover close to the coastline.
Correct.
Yeah, that is
As
why I was
Minister of
suggesting. Yeah.
Correct. As Minister of National Security, what you call it a three-tier approach, is a three-tier operational plan to secure the borders, which is what I had. Tier 1 is from the shoreline to 10 miles out. That's where you use interceptors.
Right,
you see it similar to, if you remember the Bad Boys movie and stuff. You don't have an OPV outside Miami. Come, let's just be real. But what you'll have will be interceptors. From 2 miles to 10 miles, you'll get larger vessels, such as the Diamond vessels, which is what I acquired. And from 10 miles to 200 miles, which is known as your exclusive economic zone, which secures your waters, because sometimes you have these fishermen from Asia and stuff. They could come and take hundreds of miles of our natural resources in the waters. So you need to secure your exclusive economic zone, and that is where your OPV will come through. So that is how I locked it in. But all of this, Minister Dillon just threw it out the window. But as the Commissioner of Police, I still knew the importance. If the government did not have the capability, the competence, or the knowledge in national security to secure the country, I did. So as the Commissioner of Police, I started doing something outside of my role and function that Stephen Williams and others never dreamt of doing, forming the Marine Branch, trying to get drones to secure our borders, trying to get cameras to be able to monitor everything in the South American mainland, to lock down our borders, because I knew at the end of the day, I couldn't just jump and say, well, the government is not securing our borders, that will be allowing drugs and weapons, so it's not my fault of that crime. I knew that I would be the person fully responsible, which is interesting, because when I was Minister of National Security, I was the person deemed as the point man for crime, not the Commissioner of Police. When I became the Commissioner of Police, I became the point man responsible for crime, not the Minister of National Security. So it goes. So be it.
So last two questions from the chat. Someone says, what about the 1% down the island? And what happened to Stuart Young's stepdaughter?
Well, just interesting to note, that so-called stepdaughter of Stuart Young is related to me. So that is probably arguably my cousin. And so that's my point. Regardless of who you are, I do not care who you are, I will do what is required. If it is that you break the law, I am not going to victimize anyone based on creed, color, ethnic composition, geographical location, financial status. That is not how I was cut. So if it is that a prime minister is trying to influence me to arrest political opponents, I will tell him when to get off. And if he has an issue with that, well, then he could not renew my contract. I am not. I think it is inappropriate for us to be pinpointing specific persons. To start with, I do not think it is his stepdaughter. He was not married to her mother. But the fact of the matter is that that was a major operation dealt with by SWOT, led by myself. Persons were arrested, weapons were seized, drugs were seized, and that matter is before the courts.
What about the 1% down the island? That was the first question.
Oh, sorry. What is this 1% down the islands? Because strange enough, I do not know if anyone did a poll to ascertain how many houses are down the islands and how many houses belong to persons from the Syrian Lebanese community. So you see, when it is we go with that type of race talk, it really. I will think that if you are this person that you will have houses in Europe and Saint Martin and stuff, and not down the islands. So I mean, and what is the issue if somebody has a house down the islands? What is the crime committed there? I don't know. Is there a crime to have a house down the islands? I missed that law.
I was just asking the question from the chat. That's all.
But you understand. We understand my point. What is the point? Because they have a house down the islands, that is an issue. I don't understand.
I have a friend with a house down the island. So hey, and I'm African. So let me.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I don't understand what is the logic. But you see, everything with people, it always has to be turned to race and politics in this country. Every single thing, and that is what we have to put an end to.
Okay.
So Mr. Griffin, before you go, if you have to send a message to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, what would be your message to the Prime Minister?
Embrace change and try to understand that not everyone is your enemy because they may not have your political party card in your back pocket. I will expect that any law-abiding citizen would want Keith Rowley to succeed. I want him to succeed whilst he remains as Prime Minister. And I think it is sickening when you have persons who are not politically aligned to the PNM would hope that the PNM fails. You can't be a patriot to the country. Probably it is we are building this new political party and persons will tell me, well, no. My job is to try to help whoever is in government because that is where I was cut. That is where I was trained. I was a military officer. I am a soldier. I'm a police officer as well. but I'm above all, I'm a patriot. So if at any time Keith Rowley wanted to get any assistance from me, regardless of the fact of all of the nonsense he's doing, I will always be willing to give him the support to show him what was being done to ensure crime was going down every single month under my watch, and why crime is going up every single month since I left. Because my job is not for him to fail. My job as a citizen, as a patriot, is for him to succeed. If it is that I feel that I can do better, my job is to try to replace him. But whilst he remains there, anybody who wants Keith Rowley to fail, who wants the PNM to fail, you're not a patriot of this country, regardless of where it is that you want to get in government. You can't want power so badly that you want to see the country destroyed. So it is hope that Keith Rowley will have that type of political maturity to understand what I said. But knowing him, Gary is not a PNM, he's not one of we, so he's the enemy. And that you cannot run a country along that line, because you, as I said before I close, you can't say that you want to serve the country and lead a country, but you have hatred for half of a country.
Mr. Griffith, we want to thank you so very kindly for taking the time to come into the village. It was a long time, and we kept you here a long time. And it was excellent, fantabulous, splendiferous, and marvelous.
It's always a pleasure. I love sparring with you. It was good.
And I'm going to try to get a little more educated, all right?
And we'll keep you praised and re-invite you in the village as you go along.
No, you go come back in the village, man.
We want you to come back in the village again.
You know when you come in the village, you know there are no softball questions.
You're pretty tough one. After we have helmet next time, some good bounces are got there.
No, you ain't got to get a helmet, man. You're not coming no baseball. Yeah, right, no helmet. You don't need a helmet. You're good to go. Mr. Griffith,
all the best. Pleasure.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for taking the time.
Take care.
Thank you.
Take care. So there you have it, folks.
All right.
You know what we discussion.
It was hot in the village.
The chat cost me, boy. They say Gary do all kind of thing, but Lord of His mercy. I was listening to earlier, you know. Rowdy mother from Toronto come back. Nuts Cake come back.
Run in the corner, come back.
Mado come back. And Mado gonna have nothing positive to say about me. It's all kind of talk. All kind of talk. Nuts Cake come back too. Run the MC come back. Oh God! All them Gary fans come back, boy. Gary bring back all the Nadira come back. Hey, Gary family come back. Madeleine Mahabir come back too.
How you know that's my family?
Gary, if she last name, Cathy J, welcome. Well, let's say hello to Cathy J Newman.
No, she's not. That's Joe Field.
Oh, what the hell is this? Cathy Joe Field, boy. Sorry, boy. I say, look, but what the hell?
Cathy's my family. How come you say Cathy's my family too?
No, but Rose, Rose. Let me put up this one, Rose. Rose, you know something, Rose?
Rose is
right?
my family.
Listener, let me tell you something.
I'm going to check the chat now and see who's my family here now.
No,
Lana Voodoo is my family. Troy Smith is my family. Diana Bensky is my family. Takisha is my family.
Yeah, but Rose says, Anslam that you let me know that you are a very educated man before you leave. You see, there comes a point in life, right, when if you cannot deal with a person on a level and you have to go in the sub-basement and to call them all kind of names, it says something about your character. Anytime you have to go into the sub-basement to deal with someone, oh, you're uneducated, you're an idiot, you're a fool. But that's the type of behavior we have in Trinidad, right? But I am not going to go there with him. All of my questions were actually factual questions. These were quotes that I took time to research from his speech and facts from things that actually happened. And sometimes people don't like facts, but that's okay. That's what the village is all about, right? I'm not trying to say...
But Gary Griffith is not afraid to handle any question that you bring on him.
No, but Gary,
because there's a lot of misunderstanding.
But there's a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation. Something about your character.
There's a lot of misinformation and twisted information on what he was dealing with.
There was no misinformation here tonight.
No, I'm talking about here tonight. I'm talking about out there, what
Out
has
there.
said and
Out
what he has
there, yep.
faced.
No,
You know,
but what
in the
I'm saying
press,
is that
a lot of things
he
was
has the same
twisted.
behavior out there, even with misinformation.
Listen to me. There was a lot of information twisted to suit somebody's fancy to destroy his credibility because he was causing, he uprooted their normal pace of things.
You can't
Yep.
be
Understand? He,
Ah.
he shake them up.
You can't be
Right,
bullying.
Tommy?
You cannot be bullying people when they're trying to have discussion with you.
Yeah, or you could be calling Dr. Rowley a bully, and you're doing the same exact thing that Dr. Rowley is doing.
Exactly.
You can't have your cake and eat it too, you know.
But you know what? You know what I say, guys? All
Taking
y'all,
a strong
all we
stand is the
saying,
difference between taking a strong stand and being a bully.
all y'all saying, no, I don't agree with the cockroach thing calling, right? But next time we will
But
do that.
Diana,
Oh,
I was
wait,
surprised you didn't say anything about that, though.
But the
because everybody
cockroach
we
thing,
told
some
it was
people try to
But
it was
no,
spin
but
it
you were very
heavy.
silent. You were
as
silent.
Yeah,
every
no,
sting.
I was
And-
trying to
and
chime
to
in, but
me-
you and him was, going at it, so I leave you
No,
But
but that's
Diana,
part of the
what I'm saying to you,
Mm.
the cockroach
to
thing didn't
me-
mean for any particular race. You being a pest to
I
society.
did chime in on it. I said that there are is not only Afro-Trinbagonians committing crime. So there we go.
The
I
gangs
didn't-
out there, not only
no.
Afro-Trinidad,
But that has nothing to do with the
Trinidadians.
crime. You have said previously with respect to the statement of cockroach.
I don't.
You have
I
made a
don't agree.
position.
But I don't agree with it. But the way he came and he explained himself, if people coming in your house and doing all these sorts of things, I don't care what race you is, and you're committing all these crime and causing people
You're a damn
things,
pest.
I might call you worse.
So
I
you
might
change
call
your mind
worse.
about
I
him calling
may
people
call you
cockroaches.
worse. I said
Because
I don't agree with. I
initially,
might call
Ansel,
him
you were trying to
worse.
spin it as being something racial, which wasn't.
It's not racial.
You know,
It's not.
it was a lot of people.
I-
A lot of people in the PNM. It have a big cabal in the PNM that spin race quickly in a minute, and that didn't have nothing to do
But
with race. It had to
you
be
see,
with a person being a
Gary, there's people in the UNC that
being
spins race
a pest
too.
to society.
There's people in, so you can't just say the PNM. You got to say the political parties.
They was quick to make it a racial thing. They was very quick to make
But you
it a
just said the
racial thing.
PNM though. You got to say both parties. It's not just the PNM.
And Sam, listen to me. You have a cabal there, right? That in a blink of an eye.
You don't have a
spin
cabal in the
something.
UNC either.
You see, and this is the my problem with Trinidad and Tobago. Everybody, right? And I've seen it. I sit here sometimes and I just listen, because you learn a lot when you listen. When you hear me, don't say nothing, sometimes then I just blow. I hear in every wait, Gary, give me a minute. One thing Trinbagonians are good at. Well, they did this and ask him about that. And the UNC did this, and PNM did that. And when he was minister of this happened. Everybody good at historical facts. Everybody got, I have thing on you and that. But who the hell have a plan to bring Trinidad and Tobago and transform Trinidad and Tobago forward? That is what I sit on here as a Bajan Trini listening for. I'm tired hearing who did what and what and cabal and I'm tired. It is not going to get us nowhere. It ain't going to get us
we had
nowhere.
a commissioner of police.
We need to get people in place to transform Trinidad and Tobago.
We had a very good commissioner of police in place doing that.
I'm sick and tired of all that. Who did what and he did that and he called he this and he did that. I fed up of it.
But what I'm saying, what Gary Griffith said had nothing to do with race. He was talking about people being a pest of society. That's what he was talking about. A lot of people try to spin it into a racial meaning, and it had nothing to do with race.
Who did what?
Based on having him here tonight,
who teeth this
you get
and
a
who
better
teeth that and
understanding.
all kind of nonsense.
You get a better understanding of his accomplishment, what he was trying to do, the direction he was heading, and the resources he put in place. There was nobody to compare to him.
Let me tell you all something that happened to me today. I live in an exclusive community, right? And that's all I'm going to say. And this white person came today and parked the motorcycle right under and by my bedroom window and making a certain noise. They were doing some work for somebody on the property. So you're not supposed to park in the parking lot like that. You're supposed to occupy a space. So I went out to him kindly. I said, "Excuse me, can you move your motorbike from underneath my window like that? Because they're gonna think you come to me and they want to, I'm violating homeowner association rules." And he got real, with me. And he's a white person. So why are you supposed to call him then? So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Not everybody,
Call him a pest.
Call him a damn pest.
But
you're not supposed to do that. I asked you nicely, move your motorbike. He wants to go down that road with me. So when he looked at me and I said,
pest is
I
a
could
pest
call you
regardless of
worse
what
than
color
what
the
you
pest is.
just
We have
called
all
me.
color
Because
cockroaches.
I told him I've never seen you call me the N-word. I've never seen one in my life yet. I've never seen one in my life yet. But I
we
could
have all
call you
kind of
worse than what
cockroach.
you called me. So I'm tired. I felt, listen, I want Trinidad and Tobago. The population is too educated, too beautiful, a mix of people for you all to be going on this race road. We need to get off of it. The ones inside the parliament, they're the ones feeding at the trough and causing you all to fight like cat and dog. You all need to take
No, the
the
races only
country.
come out for politics. They don't come out for when they're fetting and
For
whining.
a leader who will take the country forward and everybody feeding and eating a food and your children going to school and your women safe and everybody can get a job. Stop. I'm tired of all that and this race thing. You're all going to destroy yourself while they're up there fattening their pockets and lining their bank accounts. Stop with it. I'm tired and fed up of it.
But now you see who was the best commissioner of police.
Birth paper.
Based on all the resources he put together, now we're seeing who was the best commissioner of police there.
Let me tell you something. Maybe he had his ways. But you hear the polls say the country said they wanted him back. This is what I'm saying. If he could do the job, okay. Everybody got I got my ways. And people may not want me for certain positions. But the people wanted him back. But Dr. Rowley come out and say, oh, he lost confidence in him. Why? Why did you lose confidence in him?
But then look at the amount of things the man brought on board.
Why did you lose confidence in him? Why? You didn't tell us why. Why did he lose confidence in him? So it seems to me it's a petty, personal BS that went on. And now you have an acting commissioner and all the crime out of hell. All the hell, the crime gone helter skelter. Yeah, you're not going to like everybody. They don't like Joe Biden. They don't like there are people that like Donald Trump. But sometimes you have to look out for the betterment of the country. Country first. I'm trying to tell all of you to think that country first and stop with the race thing. I'm fed up of it now. I'm tired. All of you have a birth paper that's born in Trinidad and Tobago.
So Kathy J, Hailey, Sharon, Joan, Run DMC, and Davis. Can you guys put closing comments in the chat? Kathy J, Hailey, Sharon, Joan, Run DMC, and Davis. Can you guys put closing comments in the chat? Again, Kathy J, Hailey, Sharon, Joan, Run DMC, and Davis. Can you put closing comments in the chat? So, folks, I want to say it was a pleasure having Gary Griffith here tonight. We also had Karen Nunes Teixeira, who shared a lot of viable information in the village, and that's all we try to do. You know, just bring people into the village, whether we agree, we disagree. You know, it doesn't make sense that you have a program and you only bring people in with like minds. And I want people, no, Kathy J is not a plant. Kathy J is not a plant, Swallowfield. She's not. I want us to understand. I want you guys to go listen to a tape by TD Jakes called Confidants, Constituents, and Comrades. Erica John, welcome. Listen to TD Jakes. Just Google Confidants, Constituents, and Comrades. And maybe I have it here. Maybe one of these days, when we have enough time, we will play it here in the village with the Dark Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. So let me say welcome, a special welcome to Erica John. Nutscake, welcome. Swallowfield, welcome.
Erica John is my family too, in case you didn't know.
Yeah. Erica
will go to war with you for me.
Erica is with Chewbacca family boy. Swallowfield.
Okay, doesn't matter.
Kathy J's family, man. Run DMC come back.
Kathy's family too.
Yeah. So again, Kathy J, Hailey, Sharon, Joan, Run DMC, and Davis put closing comments in the chat. And of course, guys, you know, when we come into the village, we should not take anything personal, okay? Because we have many different ideas, many different opinions, many different views. And if you only want to hang out with people like you or like minds, right? It's not going to help you to learn anything, right? So it's nice to have you. Gary, Erica say she blushing.
But she knows that. She knows that. We tight.
All right, okay.
Hey, Gary.
I know more than years up in Chumaka, and I think Erica the blush.
Gary,
and Diana the clash who love me the most, you know.
All them years Erica live by me right downstairs from me, I couldn't hear she the blush.
Well, like I say,
and she was young then, young, you know.
Okay.
Hey, Eric, she know you will give trouble when you get old. You're right, Erica. Stay right here.
I wonder if Erica used to bathe by the pie boy.
Oh Lord.
Oh God.
You know. Thank God I found St. Augustine.
Hey, Dana Rajvi, we'll get Gary vexed. We're getting ready to close the program, boy. Oh God, we had a marathon tonight. You know, always the first night. No, then the second night we back. No, then the first night we back since daylight saving time change. So we are all now at 7 p.m. TT time because we are all now back on the same time.
But they're planning to do something in Congress to leave daylight saving time.
Yeah, they should just leave it, man.
Yeah, that's what they plan to do.
Yeah, they should just leave it in truth, you know.
Yeah, too much confusion with this time.
Yeah.
America need to get its act together.
So
Stormy sleeping.
Is a way to vote for UNC.
Stormy, I ain't voting for nobody. I want back my ID card first. Then we could talk about voting.
No, you ain't getting no ID card back.
Oh, really? All right, we'll see. We'll see.
You ain't getting no ID card back. Tommy, closing comments. We had a marathon tonight.
Tommy.
Yes, I'm listening. I want to say one thing. I'll still maintain that numbers don't lie and leave that there. But, however, life was made for love, and love is the key for life, to life, rather. And I heard a lot of what the commissioner had to say, ex-commissioner had to say tonight, but he needs to know about being a kinder and gentler enforcer, and that would make a major difference. He's still too rough around the edges. Pleasant good night to each and everyone. It's been a pleasure being in the village, even though I was late. I got tied up. But I was here, and I rather enjoyed being here tonight. Looking forward to seeing everybody in the next episode on Thursday. Blessings to all.
Well, Tommy, if you think he was rough around the edges, wait until them criminals had to deal with me.
Well, I rough around the edges. I ain't learned to be smooth yet.
I mean, you have to take into consideration what he was dealing with. Everybody want to criticize him. His life was threatened. They threatened his family. I mean, these guys declared war on him when he became commissioner of police, and a lot of people
learned a lot from New York, but New York also took a kind of gentler approach to policing.
Correct is right.
Well, you know, there has to be. I mean, there's a lot of things has to be into play to deal with the crime. We have to deal with the social issues. You know, education. He mentioned sports. Ansem should have related to that. You know, I mean, if you engage the children in constructive thing, you would have a less of a problem. This is the problem we're dealing with is because of negligence. A lot of negligence.
You see, ultimately, you need a holistic approach to these problems.
I always say they need a pillow. You need a pillow.
Because a holistic approach would mean that you would set a foundation in place that after a while you wouldn't have to put so much resources into policing and so on and so forth.
Exactly, but right now there has to be a multiple approach in the sense that you have to take a certain amount of aggression to shut down those who are being aggressive and want to topple the country. You can't be soft with them. and simultaneously you got the social programs in place trying to nurture the children into the right direction and don't let them fall through the cracks.
Gary, closing comments.
Interesting night, family. Thank you very much for joining us. I also want to thank my brother and twin brother, Gary Griffith, for joining us, and thank the members of the audience. I hope we can build on what we had tonight here. And I want to encourage my brother, Gary Griffith, to come back in. I'm also ready to team up with him in making TNT a better place. With that, I will say good night.
Not hearing you, Ansel.
Go ahead, Anna.
All right. I just want to thank Mr. Griffith for accepting the invitation to come into the village, and we look to engage with him in future. I'm just going to say one quote. Most people don't want to be part of the process. They just want to be part of the outcome. But the process is where you figure out who is worth being part of the outcome. And I repeat it. Most people don't want to be part of the process. They just want to be part of the outcome. But the process is where you figure out who is worth being part of the outcome. This is your global ambassador and poet, Diana Benskin, and your humanitarian bidding you auf Wiedersehen until we meet again. Good night.
So this is the one quote here. Some of the best advice I've been given. Don't take criticism from people who will never go to for advice. And there's another one by Socrates. It says, when a debate is lost, slander becomes the tool of the loser. That is what I always say as soon as someone starts to cuss in a debate / argument. When a debate is lost, slander becomes the tool of the loser, Socrates. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall said that's all. I like to say, but I've got to go remember, hard work beats talent. When talent does not work out, and for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. So let me give the closing comments here from individuals. Let me see.
Well, Ansem, you know, when Gary Griffith came on the program, my phone came under attack.
Say that again?
From the time Gary Griffith came into the program, my phone got hijacked badly. I had to switch device.
mine just got hijacked too. I dropped it. I don't know. I believe it's the PNM.
Rajvi says, good night, everyone, and be safe. Another day has passed and we're still alive. Remember, God is on our side no matter what. Davis, Emily says, I'm totally satisfied the manner in which the host choose to conduct themselves in the face of implied hostility. It says you are right, one for the job. This is what the public needs to be properly informed constituents of our nation. Thank you, Davis.
Thank you.
Rene Mohammed, I'm going to play David Rudder for you before we go. Kathy J says, at the end of the day, it's a shame that after all those parliament sessions for placing of a COP, we still have not get it right. We need better politicians. Rene Mohammed says, we are all one people under the same sun, peace and love to everyone. Ron DMC says, look, I really enjoyed the program with Gigi. Very informative and interesting program tonight. Keep up the great work, WZYE TV. Sharon said, citizens are fighting amongst themselves while the population are thieving all the money and going with it. Wake up and unite together. Thank you, Sharon. Okay. David said, if Gary could with humility communicate all shared about his plans for the nation, no one will have a problem with him. I agree with that. No one. Many people would not have a problem with him. That's very true.
Agree.
So folks, of course, let me go for a quick station identification and then we'll be right back with the closing. We're going to play David Rudder. Renee requested that, Rennie requested that, and we're going to go to that tonight. Of course, it's in the village of the Dark Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey. The most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM. You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM. The most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey. The most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Well, the dragon no walk the trail no more. Tell them again. Well, the dragon no walk the trail no more. Put it on the back, well, the dragon no walk the trail no more. no walking trail no more. Chano